The Fan Studios, fueled by True North Convenience Stores, WKRK-FM, and HD1 Cleveland Heights. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 Sports brought to you by Kimball Recycling and Disposal. Kimball invests in advanced recycling and sustainable solutions to protect our local environment. Locally owned, locally committed. Find out more at KimballCompanies.com. Seattle got the Super Bowl 60 due in part to an amazing defense, so it seemed fitting the dark side would put the game away in the fourth quarter against New England.
Shotgun snap, 44 Seattle. He's hit as he drops back. The ball free. Picked up by Noosu. Running down the side. 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown. It's picked off and a touchdown. Seattle has scored on another turnover, and that will seal it seems, right now for the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60.
That courtesy NFL West Wondered right here on 92.3 The Fan. Seahawks winning 29-13. The Seattle defense sacking Drake May 6 times, picking him off twice, and also forced a fumble. Reports say Browns linebackers coach Jason Tarver and safeties coach Ephraim Bana interviewed for the defensive coordinator job over the weekend. Browns looking for a replacement for Jim Schwartz, who resigned on Thursday. Donovan Mitchell of the Cavaliers going to be among those partaking in the three-point contest this coming Saturday at All-Star Weekend in Los Angeles. Meanwhile, the Cavs wrap up their road trip tonight in Denver against the Nuggets. Winter Olympics in Cortina, Milano. Mixed doubles curling this morning. The United States losing to Italy 7-6, but the teams will meet again this afternoon in the semifinals. The winner advances to the gold medal game. The loser will play for the bronze. Women's hockey this afternoon. The United States will take on Switzerland. Team USA 2-0. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Afternoon Drive.
This is the calculated risk the Browns have taken. If Monken fixes the offense, and by fix, I mean you can just get a top 20 offense, but the defense takes a significant step back, with all of this, I'm sorry, you failed.
That's going to be one of the storylines. One of the storylines of this year is how does the defense look and what step back is that? Clearly, they have an emphasis on the offensive side of the ball and just stressing that point. And they to the point that they were willing to make it cost them Jim Schwartz. And obviously, they value players more than anything else. And we'll see what that risk takes you in.
The Afternoon Drive. Weekdays starting at 2. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
Shotgun snap, 44 Seattle. He's hit as he drops back. The ball free. Picked up by Noosu. Running down the side. 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown. It's picked off and a touchdown. Seattle has scored on another turnover, and that will seal it seems, right now for the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60. The clock is ticking. 2, 1, and that's it. And the Seattle Seahawks have won Super Bowl 60 in pretty dominating fashion. 29-13, they win their second Vince Lombardi trophy.
We did it. It's been such a special journey with these guys. So much hard work that's been poured into this, and that's it. It was just a job well done.
I had 100% confidence. We got the best teams. We got the best fans in the world, 12s. We never wavered, man. We believed in each other. We loved each other. And now we're world champions.
This is Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Audio courtesy of Westwood One. How about that halftime show?
How about the halftime?
So we were here before the show.
Whichever
like
one you decided to watch.
It's like 5:30. And we're just like, yeah, the game was not good. And the reasons why the game was not good and all that. And then the halftime show, it was everybody perked up. Everybody was ready to talk. I said, you know what? The hell with it. It's the first time, and I think ever in the history of the radio station that, all right, what'd you think of the halftime show? What'd you think? You had to be curious about both of them, right?
Well, it was a little more lopsided than the actual game because it was $133 million to $6 million.
Well, either way, it was. I thought I had
some defense here, guys.
I was like, well, I got to see. So I got to see. I got to see both. I got to see the first one I saw live. The second one I saw later on. I went, okay, there it is. The first
you
one,
saw both.
I checked in on the other one. Yeah, why wouldn't I?
What did you see?
I wanted to see what it looked like, and it was a stage. It was a concert. It was a stage and people. I didn't know any. I got to tell you, I'm not the world's biggest Kid Rock fan by any means. I didn't understand who any of the other guys were. You told me who it was before the show. I was like, I don't know who this guy is.
I just knew one name. I didn't see much. I mean, I saw Kid Rock at Edgefest '98, and it was pretty sweet. So,
where was that at? Are you serious?
Yeah, it was at Mohawk Park in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Ever been there? It's great.
Oh, I never been. I never been further west than
take you one.
Kansas City. Yeah, they still have Edgefest out there.
I do not believe so.
Yeah, I tuned in. I watched the first one live, and then I was like, well, somebody sent me the YouTube link on Twitter. I might as well click into this because I wasn't really interested in watching much of the second half of the game.
I at some point logged in, not very active on Facebook, but I logged in, and somebody, and it was the usual suspects, somebody I know was live streaming the actual show.
God, you are with some people, man.
You know Jonathan YouTube?
You know some interesting
something else.
You know some interesting. There were some people I saw who had 2 TVs and they had their Super Bowl family gatherings. They're like, all right, Bad Bunny in that room, Kid Rock in the other room. Off you go. Yeah. Family members going to different sides.
They didn't just have them stand in a line and step to one side or the other?
Yeah, I said the halftime show was the first time I put my phone down during the entire game. It was, I hate to give you what you want, you being you. It existed. It was a game. There was very little anticipation. It was just like, all right, this is it was really just a tradition is what the Super Bowl was last night. It was like, this is the end of the season. We have this big game here in the States and we'll crown a champion. And I think a lot of people are already, all right, like, what's mock drafts look like? All right, what's this all look like? Like, it's a nice story for Sam Darnold. It makes me think a little bit differently about the Cleveland Browns. I'll explain that coming up here in about 20 minutes or so. But the halftime show was the only time I put my phone down the whole time. And I saw it was one of you guys described it as a movie. I mean, that's basically what it was. I didn't know the trees or the bushes were people. And that's how they got in there so quickly, is that they were all bushes. Or the people, they were all people. The bushes were people. Soylent Green is people. Like, I was like, oh my gosh, that's crazy. Ricky Martin, which we saw, there was, at first I didn't realize it was Lady Gaga.
Yeah.
I did not realize that at first. I go, you sure, Liz? She goes, yeah, Kenny, that's Lady Gaga. And I go, no.
Well, her trying to pull off, was that a salsa dance?
I don't know.
That was interesting. Lady Gaga has many talents. I don't know if that was one of them.
I didn't see that. She tried to salsa with Bad Bunny.
Yeah, I think that's what she was doing.
Okay. And then, I've watched a salsa before. I guess I thought they were just dancing. I didn't realize that was a salsa.
Christmas right now.
And then there was Ricky Martin, which we're like, hey, Ricky Martin. We're like, man, Ricky Martin looks younger than us.
Who looks the best he's ever looked? My God. Guy didn't have a wrinkle.
Me and Liz go, wow, Ricky Martin. And my oldest is like, I don't know who Ricky Martin is. I'm like, oh, he was big back in the day, son. He was huge.
Yes, he was.
Living La Vida Loca. And he's like, what are you talking about? I go, oh, man.
Edgefest 98.
They were together, right?
Yeah.
Didn't they appear on stage? Collaboration?
Great.
But yeah, I'm like, so I looked at my Twitter and somebody was like, YouTube link, here you go. And I was like, well, I mean, we're about to kick off the third quarter. I kind of want to see how the Seahawks come out. But you know what? Let's take a peek in here and see what it's like. I saw it, and again, I knew who Kid Rock is. You said Bradley Gilbert or Brantley Gilbert? Brantley Gilbert. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I didn't know anybody else.
Like they're made in a factory. All country music
look and see who else was on there.
Look like they're made in a factory to me anymore. So, like, guys, you look at my most played. It's Waylon Jennings and George Jones and Hank Williams Jr. when it comes to country. I'm George Strait. I'm way back in the day, brother. It ain't before I was born or when I was a kid. There's nothing really new that I really care for.
Just obviously because I didn't know any of the words and didn't know really his songs. I think there was one song they started, the Gasolina from way back.
Oh, was that the one I noticed?
Probably.
That was the only part
from your childhood, yes.
So, like,
that's
obviously,
what Victor Martinez used to come out
yeah,
to.
that's right.
Yeah.
You're right. So I didn't obviously know any of that, so I was kind of just watching the show to see how amazing, because there's nothing like the Super Bowl show. We were talking before the show. I'm like, there's no performance like that so many people are watching all at the same time. So there's like a respect for how they pull something like that off. You can't fathom the amount of man hours that go into creating a stage in the middle of a football game and then getting the hell out of there. And how it's stupid, like, mechanical part of it that I'm telling my wife, I'm like, I wish they showed the camera guy. The camera guy is having himself a better performance than anybody involved with the actual show, because how did they not get trucked
He was moving
by
with
the
that thing.
millions of people that are on the field? So that was pretty insane. There was a real marriage that was part of it.
Okay, so was that a real ceremony, or was that a real married couple? What's the issue here? What, not the issue. What was the
They had apparently
the thing?
invited Bad Bunny to their wedding.
And so he invited them to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Wow. Holy potatoes.
I just typed in, did someone, and it finished, get married in the Super Bowl.
But that's what I mean.
Now I'm going to investigate.
That's the one thing, like, no matter who is performing at the Super Bowl,
You gotta
I'm gonna
do that quick.
no matter how much I either hate the music or don't know, it could be in French next year. I'm gonna watch just to see how they pull it off, because they got to try to broadcast this to the masses.
It's not singing French. Celine Dion.
It's not. Yeah, I would say so. It's not so much about
Trying
like
to think of French singers.
like the energy.
She's Quebecan.
The energy was amazing. All that stuff. He reminds me of Drake. Like, he can't really sing, and I don't love his rapping, and I don't know the words. So it had to be about the performance. I had to see the performance, and I thought it was amazing.
It was visually stimulating.
Yes.
It is still a little jarring, and they've done this for the last how many years now, and I still get thrown off. I go, oh, this is the Super Bowl halftime show. It like goes into it from the commercial break, and you don't really know. I'm like, oh, okay, now we're in.
That's
we're
a
watching
Jay-Z
this
thing,
now.
right? That's his production company, and they own the whole thing.
Go ahead, Owen. What are you
I am
say?
on ESPN right now. The couple featured in Bad Bunny's Super Bowl 60 halftime performance was legally married during halftime, according to a league source.
It's amazing.
That is Brooke Pryor that wrote that.
She broke the story.
Well, good for them. I hope that they're married forever.
Yeah, it's pressure on them now.
Wow, that's
Of course.
nice. So
And do they come back every Super Bowl to let us know?
we've gone from the University of Arizona Symphonic Marching Band and the Grambling State University Marching Band and Anaheim High School, the High Steppers, in 1967 to Bad Bunny, 133 million people watching that. That's pretty nuts. Oh, that's nice. It was again, I was more the guys on the telephone poles. What were they? That was pretty interesting.
Poles.
Yeah, I mean, I was just I'm trying to describe to you what I saw.
Well, there was a whole I saw a
That's about
Reddit
it.
thread that explained. Somebody from Puerto Rico tried to explain and did it in 5,000
Will you
words.
send that to me?
Yes. Eventually, I had
Please
to go.
do.
I'm like, I got to go to
I
work.
don't know. Can you, I guess I can have Gemini or somebody break that down for me. Because during it, I thought the whole time, like, there's going to be a great breakdown of this later. And then do I have the time to invest to reading about what happened and also playing it again in real time, because I'm going to want to see that again as it goes through.
It was much more visually stimulating than the Super Bowl. I think Lima, you said it at one point. I think Chris Collinsworth was basically telling everybody, like, this is pointless. This is a futile exercise for the Patriots and Drake May. It's too much. The offensive line is too overwhelming. I mean, he was sacked 17 times during the season. He was sacked 6 last night, 3, I think, in the first half.
It could have been worse, too.
And it could have been worse. You're right. They had him throwing. Chris Collinsworth was. And by the way, I know that he deals with a lot of criticism. I thought he and that broadcast team with Mike Tirico and everybody, I thought that it was very good. Mike Tirico is very, very good. And he kind of was like, the clock is sped up. He's throwing to places that he's not really used to throwing to. The heat's coming. This offensive line is under siege. This is going to be a problem. And really, it got to 12-0, and it felt like the game was out of reach. Did it or did it not?
I tried to convince myself that it would just be a few plays, and that's why when he finally connected on those 2 pass plays, you're like, all right, they've made a dent in this game, but I think their defense was gassed too. I thought their defense was really good, but they were gassed because of the spot. I mean, think of how Seattle was pinning them back, special teams play. So they were either getting field goals or pitting them within, back inside the 10.
Yeah.
That was huge.
No.
And so that was what was so tough. You never really thought the Patriots had a shot. And I think you could tell, too, just by looking at Mike Vrabel. Listening to Mike Vrabel at halftime, the way he was describing how he was talking to his players about, look, we knew this was, I think Vrabel on film knew this was going to be very difficult. The only shot they had was to force turnovers, and they didn't force them, which was pretty crazy because Sam Darnold, in the opening quarter especially, there were like 5 plays. I described them as hairy. They weren't necessarily turnover-worthy plays. They were more like, ooh, he's getting away with these. They're close. A few tight window throws, but they're close. But you kept waiting for Sam Darnold to make the big mistake to let the Patriots back in the game, and he kind of settled down as the game went on, and he was able to move and use his legs. And remember, there was a reason back when he was in college where, the Sam Darnold hype train was crazy, is because you saw once he took off and run and was able to avoid the rush, and he kind of really settled down, and that playing with the lead, I think, really helped him.
It did. It was, but it watching that game, and again, I know I was kind of, by the way, I was kind of a killjoy for my wife and family. I felt bad about that because I was just not excited for any of the stuff. I'm not excited for any of the pregame or anything. Like, this is like, we'll turn on the pregame. We had like an hour. I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. Like, I did not want to see any of the pregame stuff. I kind of feel bad about that. I'll make it up for it later on. I don't know how. But it was like, it just seemed to be a game that existed. And it really looked like it was like week 7. And it's like, all right, you woke up on the wrong side of the bed. You couldn't get anything going offensively, and you gave up a bunch of sacks. And it just seemed to be a game where Seattle just put the squeeze on them, and there was really nothing that New England can do. And it did not feel Super Bowl. I didn't get the feeling that it was a Super Bowl, to be frank. It just did not feel, I did not catch the pageantry and the craziness that's supposed to be the Super Bowl. And maybe I'm getting a little bit too cynical about the game, but wasn't
part of it? Part of it, and there was like a lack of buzz. I mean, you asked people that were even there at the Super Bowl, covering the Super Bowl, and they could not, it was kind of inescapable. They could not stop talking about how little buzz there was compared to most Super Bowls. And a lot of it was Seattle was a dominant team all year, hiding in plain sight. They'd only played 4 national TV games. Mm-hmm. They were rarely in that coveted 4 o'clock window where it's like, this is the game. And the only time I think America really saw them was that game against San Francisco towards the end of the year during the holidays where they were on at night. And they couldn't convert any touchdowns, but they were dominating. They were dominating, Brock Purdy and that 49ers team.
And usually there's a feeling like once a team wins a Super Bowl, you try to build it in their image. And if people are going to do that, and I read Mike Sando this morning, if people are going to do that, I got to tell you, I feel as bad as I've ever felt about our future. I feel as far away as I've ever felt, which it makes you feel like Sam Darnold just won a Super Bowl. It makes you feel like we're a lot closer. I got to beg to differ, and I'm going to tell you why in 5 minutes on The Fan. Friends, Ken Carman here for Northeast Factor Direct at northeastfactordirect.com. I've told you once, I've told you a million times, I'll tell you a million times more because it's true. It's always been true, and it always will be true. Great furniture, rock bottom prices. How do they do it? Well, that's the easiest answer of it all. You're not paying for any of the extras. You're not paying for the displays. You're not paying for any of the lighting. You're not paying on the rent. You're not paying on all that other stuff, and you're certainly not paying on commission. What you're paying for
short-term credentials, job-ready programs, work-based learning, and seamless transfer options. Learn more at try-c.edu/workforce.
Catch the latest Browns news all offseason long. Stream us on the Odyssey app and on your smart speaker by telling Alexa to play 92.3 The Fan.
Social media reactions on X brought to you by
Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
It's Monday morning. Jacob says that was a glorified bad Thursday night football game. Didn't watch either halftime show and turned the game off mid-third quarter. No joke. There you go.
Wow. A power move.
Mm-hmm. Getting a lot of Will Campbell tweets as well. Bad day he had. Real bad day that Will Campbell had, the rookie. Somebody compared him, Real Xavier P compared him to Jed Wills. I said, I didn't think Jed Wills was too terrible after his rookie year either, to be honest with you. Now, Will Campbell is highly regarded, but he had himself a very rough day yesterday. And it was a little bit of an up and down, I think, rookie campaign for him. I think it's going to be a little bit up and down for a lot of rookie offensive linemen. We'll talk about a little bit more about that as the draft goes on.
What happened in the playoffs? I mean, the playoffs is where them as an offensive line, but certainly at left tackle, he struggled so mightily.
Yeah,
going up against those great defensive fronts.
It's a totally different animal against some of these guys. And again, it's so much easier to go forward than it is to go backward. You have to have all your steps ready. That's why when we start talking about musical linemen and all that stuff, it's like, man, I just don't know if some of you guys get it, but okay, because we do it in video games, fine. It didn't make me feel any better. It made me feel like we're further away. Like you see Sam Darnold, it's like, well, anybody can go out there and do it. I'm like, well, no, not everybody can, because that means that you have to have. It used to be, and I think because of what's gone on here in college football, it used to be, hey, go get your franchise quarterback and away you go. And now I think that's muddier than it's ever been. And it's like, I mean, somebody brought up to you like, oh, or Drake May, is Drake May going to get back here? Is Drake May, if you're a Patriots fan, are you 100% sure about Drake May? I'm like, well, they were just in the Super Bowl, for crying out loud. But now you got these guys who are quote-unquote retread quarterbacks, and you see them doing well. I think that the price last night for Malik Willis and Mac Jones probably went up. I know one has to be traded for, but the prices just went up. And I see a guy like Sam Darnold, like, well, that's great for Sam Darnold, and it's excellent. But at the same time, you got to have yourself a football team around him, and we have a lot that we have to do. And before it's like, well, we'll get a quarterback and hopefully they can cover up for all the misgivings of the rest of the franchise. Like, I don't know if you can do that anymore. I don't know if you can do it. I feel, Tone, this morning, I feel further away than I have felt in a long time. The Super Bowl is where you try to make comparisons between your favorite team and the teams that are playing in them. And I'm trying to make a comparison. I'm going, I can't compare them right now.
Well, part of you doesn't say, though, that, hey, we've already got a defense that if they were in this tournament, going up against the quarterbacks that you saw were in this tournament for the most part, with the exception of Matt Stafford. Caleb Williams, certainly had heroics, but, still had some trouble, completing just the typical pass. Like, your defense is already right there. Like, you could see them on that stage, right?
Yeah, of course I can see the defense on that stage. But the offense is so bad, and part of it is that I don't have very much faith in the offense at all. And I got to tell you, I don't have faith in the offense getting better with who's in charge. I mean, Andrew Berry, I think, has done a fine job with the defense. And I think he knows defense. But when it comes to these guys on offense, we can't draft a wide receiver. Our offensive line drafting has been bad to bad luck because of injuries. Tight end is good. Okay, we got a tight end. Can you build an offense around a tight end? Nope. Our quarterback situation, not the best in the world, and I think I'm being pretty nice about that. And I'm going, you got to have a complete team around him as best you possibly can. And I need so much on offense. And I got to tell you, Tone, I just don't have faith in the person picking the offense. He's done a remarkable job with defense. He really has. Give credit where it's due. He's drafted some really nice defensive players for this team. He's brought in some nice defensive players for this team. Juan Thornhill notwithstanding, but he's brought in some really nice defensive players for this team. And I think that he's half the general manager that you need. But on the other side of it, it's like, my wide receiver situation's not good. It feels like we kind of got lucky with Amari Cooper. Other than that, I got to tell you, Tone, maybe I'm wrong. I hope people feel differently than I, because I came away watching that game. I go, man, if it's as simple as getting a quarterback, you go out, you get your quarterback. Now you got to have some people around. You got to have some guys there that know what they're doing. And I think that we could have a good defense. And I think Todd Monken's a good idea, man. But you could only put so many things out there when you don't have good players.
Well, so is there any part of you? Because you said to start out that the price tag just went up on some of those other quarterbacks. Does part of you say that now that Jalen Hurts and Sam Darnold have won Super Bowls, that you can be a little more flexible? You don't have to have Patrick Mahomes. You don't have to have, Matt Stafford.
But it's not like you're going to pay Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen prices for Malik Willis and Mac Jones. But you're still going to, if you're Malik Willis, you're like, well, if you want my services, you've seen what Sam Darnold could do. And a lot of people, and myself included, would go, well, Sam Darnold was a top 5 pick.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think that matters to Malik Willis. Okay, well, you need a quarterback, so you can make your comparisons to the top 5 pick all you want, but it's still going to cost. And it's still going to be, I think that a quarterback is going to make the biggest difference, but it's still going to be I think it's more team-driven than it's ever been, but a quarterback is still going to be a difference maker. And if you feel that guy can be a difference maker, you're going to be willing to pony up more for that guy. Money doesn't matter. That's fine. I just think that the price has gone up for either or. And for Mac Jones, I mean, you're talking you got to trade him, and then probably with what you're trading to get him, you're probably going to end up paying the guy a significant amount of money.
Yeah, he's a tough one. We talked about last week that Monken has talked so much about mobility, and it seems like Malik Willis fits that box much more than Mac Jones does. But also part of it is I see so many people talking about retread quarterbacks that have been able to reestablish themselves, and obviously that's been one of the big stories over the last few years. Whether it's Daniel Jones, Baker being able to do it, and now Sam Darnold. Geno Smith was in that category until recently. Mm-hmm. Is there anybody holding out hope that could be Deshaun Watson? Could he be the retread?
Well, the Browns themselves, right? Wouldn't they be? I just think, even no matter what you think, I still think it's like, gosh, look at the injury history. He's been banged up. Like right now, you'd have to say he's a fragile quarterback.
I have no idea what he looks like right now on a football field. Zero idea. It's been so long since we've been able to see him. Does he still have good mobility?
I told you I saw him working out, and I thought he had good mobility, but what's that compared to other NFL big-time quarterbacks? Right. Like, seeing him compared to other Browns quarterback, you're like, okay, this guy is a much larger physical presence than a lot of these other guys. But when it comes to like actually being able to be sturdy enough to play through a season, I think it's gone without saying. The last 5-6 years, they've been a mess. And if you want to hitch your wagon to them, I think the Browns would love to be able to do that and be able to start to dig themselves out of this hole that they're in. But Anthony, still, he's got to have an offensive line in front of him. I don't know what they're going to do at O-line. I think that a lot of people are looking at, again, Will Campbell. The Will Campbell conversation is going to heat up as the draft comes here because it seems to a lot of us who are like, okay, Spencer Fano, CeCe Mawanoa, the draft then starts for us at pick 24. We're going to go ahead and we're going to take an offensive lineman. You know that conversation is going to get brought up here about how well that guy's going to be able to play for you on your offensive line and the person who's picking that guy. So this is not an easy thing for this football team to have to navigate here. But in watching it, again, if we needed defensive guys considering their history, if we needed defensive guys considering their history, I'd probably be saying the same thing about Andrew Berry, just worried about the defense. But he's done a good job with this defense. But with the offense, there's a lot of things where it's just like, man, these are names on paper. Some of these guys are good enough ideas. Some of it's bad luck. But it's like you look at some of the guys that they've taken, second round, third round, fourth round, and it hasn't been able to really help. And yes, losing first round picks because of the Deshaun Watson trade is hurt, but now more than ever, you're going to need some other positions, and I just don't have the faith that they're going to be able to do that. I hope I'm wrong, but I just don't feel – it feels like we're further away than we've been in quite a long time.
Isn't it amazing that all the talk about trying to find somebody to fix the offense, New England wanted somebody to fix the offense this year, and it just so happened to be the OC that was able to do it in the regular season. Obviously, they were it was much tougher for them to be able to scheme around that in the playoffs. And then Seattle, they go and get a defensive guy, and here they are winning the Super Bowl, this early in this iteration.
And the team that was against them in the AFC, the Patriots, it was a slog for them against us. Didn't they sack Drake May 5 times? It was supposedly a slog for them. we couldn't do anything offensively against that team. And yes, I know that Dylan Gabriel was the quarterback, and yes, I understand that some of the plays that happened there were just remarkably silly. And that's saying something considering the history of quarterbacks that I've seen. And maybe Shedeur Sanders would have given us a better chance. I'm not sure. Probably would have given us a better chance than Dylan Gabriel at that juncture. But I just see it and I go, man, there's so many things that you need, and it's not going to be one guy that changes it for you. And if it comes down to an opportunity to win, I don't know if we're going to be at the top of anybody's list when it comes to the retread QBs. 216-474-0092. Well, it sounds like you think we're closer than I'm making it out to be. Is that you?
I think their defense belongs right there with that group, and now it's just about being able. And I think you had last year's draft to start it, and now this year's draft. I feel like in the NFL, that's what it takes. It takes 2 drafts to be able to turn things around.
You saw last night's game. Are we closer or further away than I think? 216-474-0092. And still, I know that this is a team that makes big moves. It was still pretty surreal to see that Saturday night. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, just over 1 hour away from Lima Likes on the Fan.
It's Anthony Lima for.
Pella Project or 0% interest for a year. Call 877-98-PELLA or visit PellaCleveland.com for a free consultation.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Daryl Ruiter, 8:20 this morning. Now that Jim Schwartz is gone, who could be taking over for him? We'll talk more about that coming up here in about 20 minutes. I got to tell you, I know that this is being a Cavs fan. If you're not going to be a fan of the Lakers or Celtics historically, I think the Cavs are the next best thing. You want to talk about a team that's willing to go for the gusto. Like, we were all kind of like, it is still, I'm sorry, it's surreal. It has not sunk in yet that James Harden plays for the Cavs. And he's still like at the back end of his prime. So it's not like, well, this is Shaquille O'Neal, the ghost of Shaq, or anything like that. Like, you think of some of the names that have played for the Cavs. We brought this up last week. There's been a who's who that has ended up playing for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Now, part of that was because of LeBron, but this is Donovan Mitchell, and because you have Donovan Mitchell, it's like, okay, we're going to go big, and we're going to go get James Harden. I would have never thought in a million years that James Harden would play for the Cleveland Cavaliers. And not just be on, like, the Cavs, but, like, want to play for the Cavs and want to contribute, at least in the beginning. I know that these things end poorly, and it probably will, but let's enjoy the honeymoon while we can. And the other night, I'm like, oh, my God, I can't believe that James Harden plays for the Cleveland Cavaliers. I'll get more to the Super Bowl stuff here in a second, but that was unbelievable Saturday night.
Is it silly to say that I think a lot of people were so familiar and had grown accustomed to everything that's ever been written or said about James Harden, the choke artist in the big games, the guy that's been a mercenary, the guy who'll leave your team at any point, and somebody who just would dribble, and try to foul bait. And then they actually saw him. They saw him play. Did anybody change their mind? Did it only take one game? So I saw a lot of people going, oh, I didn't realize what a passer he was. And I'm like, yes, he's been one of the great passers in NBA history.
I got to tell you, I still don't know because it was late Saturday night when the game went on. It was against Sacramento. Now you're playing Washington at home on Wednesday. You're at Denver tonight, but that's still like a 9-something start.
Everybody was up late last night.
Yeah, how many people are going to be really watching until he comes back home? And then I think you might get some people like, well, you're playing Washington. Washington sucks. Anthony Davis doesn't even want to play for him.
Sacramento's terrible.
But, like, yeah, Sacramento's bad too. But I just see it. I'm like, well, I think this is kind of, they are who they are now. And I just find it to be unbelievable that I'm serious, man. It, like, has not sunk in that James Harden is a Cavalier. And now, like, I have to readjust this because I really do myself. Like, this is going from hope to expectation. This is really going from hope to expectation. I had somebody send me an email, Langdon, who emails us a couple times a week. He's a listener. And he had brought up the Patriots. And it was about the Patriots being overrated, weak schedule, easiest path to the Super Bowl ever. And I said, boy, wait until you find out what they say about whoever comes out of the Eastern Conference coming up later on. But now it becomes an expectation. I know that Jason Tatum's ramping up and doing some 5-on-5 stuff, which is, I mean, good for the Celtics. There'll probably be something we have to reckon with. But, man, Tone, like, this is unreal. This is really unreal. And I don't know when I actually, on the schedule, I really don't know when, Tone, I go ahead and I decide that, okay, now this is working out for real. Because I still think in the back of people's minds, the people who are questioning this, by the way, this Cavs segment brought to you by the wonderful folks at Surfside Hard Iced Tea, that always remind you to please drink responsibly. I know that there's still going to be some people wondering what's going on with this team and when they're actually going to be someone they can reckon with. But I think now I really do. I said it, but I have to adjust it. I'm going through the process of adjusting expectations from hoping to expecting them to do sensationally well.
I want to know if the people that watch that game, if they kind of now at the very least, even if you were against Harden, you've bought into all the... And there have been times in when I've absolutely despised James Harden and just watching him play and everything he stood for earlier in his career. But I made a case last week. I tried to make a case on why this made sense. Funny thing is, over the weekend, Kenny, I listened to all the people that I respect, their podcasts, all the people that talk about the league, and have a really good general sense of the league. And I couldn't believe how many people were like, yes, 100% the Cavs are a better team now. They're a more dangerous team. And when I watched them in that game, and I wanted to hear from the fans on whether they felt the same way I did, where I wrote this, people got mad about it. I'm like, did it not seem that Donovan Mitchell has a new lease on life? And it's not about Donovan Mitchell's play. People are like, Donovan Mitchell's been amazing all year. I'm like, yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about just the way that he's already said publicly their ceiling is higher. Like, do you not believe him? Do you think he's lying? Isn't it pretty crystal clear that he is buying into the framework of everything the organization attempted to do with this move? And they, to me, Kenny, seem unequivocally more dangerous today than they were last week with Darius Garland.
Off of one game.
But, well, just not, it's not even the one game. I mean, I've watched James this year. James has been really good all year.
You're right. Well, this is, by the way, one of my major concerns has been, okay, you have half a season to get this thing ramped up, then things could go crazy. Usually the best trades are made in the offseason. You get yourself an entire year to work your way up, and you really start to take flight in the second half of the season after the All-Star break. However, here's Donovan Mitchell talking about just such a thing, talking about building team chemistry, says it ain't going to be that hard.
When you have a guy that's established like that to come in and be like, no, like go, it takes that little bit of not awkwardness because I've known him, but it's like one of those things you're trying to figure it out. It takes that and it's like, all right. And I think that's a testament to him. It's a testament to our group, and it's not just me, right? It's everybody.
And it almost reminds me of Odell because I think that the media and the fans. I don't know if James Harden has such a fan base the way Odell did. Odell had a very strong fan base, but I think with a lot of media and outsiders, they feel that James Harden is a cancer. I think he's a cancer to organizations in terms of their front office and management. However, we've been told to a guy that his teammates have always loved him, no matter whatever place he was in.
Clippers were gushing about him out the door.
Whatever organization he was in, and however he felt about the organization above him. Here is James Harden himself. He's happy to be a Cleveland Cavalier.
You know, they were the number one seed last year. They're very talented, very well coached. Our organization is amazing. And so for me, I saw an opportunity to where I can fit in and you know, potentially help, you know, get over that next step.
That hearing him, there has to be a level of seriousness that I don't think that we've had. Like the feelings of this team, now that we've gotten past the football season, now that we've gotten past the nice guy stuff, like this is going to change here dramatically here over the next several months, is that this is a team that's going to see themselves as they have to maximize every opportunity. And Oklahoma City, if they make the NBA Finals and they lose to Oklahoma City or they lose to, Denver's going to be a hell of a test tonight. If they lose to one of the two top teams in the West, I'll be disappointed certainly, but I don't know if I'm going to be pounding tables cussing them out the way that I would that if they would have lost again in the second round. And if they do, we'll have to do it. And, certain people on this station are going to end up being right about this in this trade. But if they make it to the NBA Finals out of this and they go through the Eastern Conference, which is still going to be, depending on what the Celtics do with Tatum, depending on what the Knicks do, it's still going to be a little bit of a difficult enterprise. I look at this as a successful year and a successful trade, no matter what ends up of it, because this is, again, it's still sinking in that this guy plays for this team, and now that this guy plays for this team, the expectations have totally changed.
And I just love that there was a malaise around this team. I think we were feeling that every morning with Owen, who was talking about, so what, let's see him wake me up when the playoffs start. How do you feel now, Owen? Do you feel like now you got to watch the games a little more?
Yeah, definitely, especially once they get back in a time that will be more conducive to being able to watch them for this shift. But, yeah, I watched those highlights, and I'm a little in awe of what they were able to do on Saturday night. And I know it was the Kings, and maybe I'm just overdoing that because the Kings aren't a great team, but he took over that fourth quarter. You have another guy that can take over. I know Darius was able in the regular season to take over fourth quarters at times, but not this year because of the injuries. And now you have a guy that can do that.
45 minutes away. Lima Lakes, 8:20 this morning, the dangerous one. Who's going to be the new DC? We're going to ask Dangerous Daryl about that coming up at 8:20. Speaking of, I got to side with the coaches because every single one I talked to said it was time for Jim to go. Was it a mistake by the Browns? Ken Carman, Anthony Lima. Take us with you to work on the free Odyssey app.
This is
the ability to maximize guys. I think we're all sort of part of what they were looking for, when they brought him in.
Listen for the MMQB's Albert Breer, Tuesdays at 5:20 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
$8:20 this morning, the dangerous one, Daryl Ruiter. More on the Super Bowl commercials coming up in a little bit. And by the way, who announces the Cleveland Browns when they go to the Super Bowl? Don't say nobody because it's never happened. Who announces the Cleveland Browns when they go to the Super Bowl? Which I didn't. John Bon Jovi, I thought was a Giants fan and from Jersey. What's he doing introducing the Patriots? Did you see that at all?
No, I didn't.
So they played music that would so Seattle came out and they were playing Alice in Chains' Man in the Box. They were playing grunge music when they came out. And who the hell introduced the Seahawks? I forget. Damn it. But John Bon Jovi introduced the Patriots. And they were playing Aerosmith, because Aerosmith, the Bad Boys from Boston is the old afternoon guy used to say in my old radio station. They were from Boston. You see how this works? And I'm like, well, wait, who's the celebrity that announces this guy? And then I thought about it. I go, well, Steve Harvey, if the Browns go to the Super Bowl, Steve Harvey's got to be the one to introduce the Browns.
He'll get right back into the mix.
Would there be – well, wait, I thought he was still in the mix. Isn't he still introduced in the Browns or still interested in the Browns?
I thought he just lived on a yacht somewhere.
Oh, Steve Harvey's going to be at the Super Bowl. He is he's one of the three main guys on television right now. He, Michael Strahan, and Ryan Seacrest. It's like the three guys that are on TV now. A little bit of Andy Cohen as well, I guess. So 4. That's it. So, yeah, of course he'd be at the Super Bowl, unless you got another idea who would introduce them. I got a lot of different people yesterday who might introduce them, but is there anybody else off the top of your mind who would introduce the Browns?
Certainly, it wouldn't be Drew Carey at this point because he doesn't even – he's basically divorced himself from the football team.
There were several people saying, oh, you're forgetting Drew Carey. I go, after that CBS clip, I don't think that's going to happen. I think that he is exactly what you said. Divorced.
Which clip was this?
The one where he says certain things to the owner.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, which is still out there on the internet. I don't think that Drew Carey would be the one to introduce the Browns in the Super Bowl. But could be. What song?
Did you see they also did the one part? Because I didn't see that, the John Bon Jovi thing, and I have no idea why he would have been. I know he was involved in the halftime. In the commercial. There was at least one commercial he was involved in.
Was he a commercial for the Patriots of some sort? Or?
No. But
maybe that. Then must have been a corporate tie-in.
They put the flag. They did the 12th man flag, and they did a Patriot bell, which I didn't even know was a thing. So, are they telling every team in the league you've got to do something, establish a tradition before the game?
Why? Probably because
I thought that was weird that they brought the flag and did that. Not in Seattle.
I thought there would be the cannon or something. And aren't there the guys who stand there and they're Patriots and they're in the uniforms and they fire off the cannon in the end zone or something like that? Isn't that what it is over there?
You're talking about like pregame? I have no clue.
No, like when they score. I don't know what they do pregame. The Seattle thing, that was actually kind of cool to see in person one time. But I think that everybody, because it's a way to get your crowd going and try to instill some sort of fun.
So we would have brought
into the beginning of the game.
The guitar. They've tried to get the guitar thing started. I actually think it's one of the few things since '99 that's actually kind of taken off.
It does seem to kind of work. It does seem to kind of work. Who the dog pound captain is the guy who breaks the guitar.
Yeah, they did a good job with it. And at first, that first few times, it's this is kind of hokey getting started. But now once it's done, it's done. Now every game they're going to do it.
It's kind of fun.
People, I think there's a general excitement, who's going to be the dog pound captain before the game, and so they show it on CBS before all the games now.
James Harden's going to break that guitar at some point.
Oh, there you go.
That's got to happen. But no, I think that I would assume Michael Stanley, My Town, as they take the field, but I'm not sure. Would probably be like MGK or something like that because it
was Chris Pratt who brought out the Seahawks. He's a big Seattle fan.
That's who it is.
Oh, I didn't even know he was from there.
Thank you. Yes, that's who it is. Thank you very much. All right. We still got a long way to go before we get to the Super Bowl and who actually introduces the Browns. What did you think of Jim Schwartz officially resigning over the weekend? Do you think that it's a mistake? Do you think that it was a mistake to try to talk him in? What is your makings of it? Because I have several viewpoints of this.
I definitely think right now that, if you would have told me that they lose Jim Schwartz, going into the offseason, I would have said, well, that's another hit. He's one of the best defensive coordinators in the game. I don't think anybody could argue otherwise. In fact, if you believe the reporting, the Browns had numbers. Did you see this? That in the last 12 years, his defense is considered over that time since he's been here like the best statistically. So, if you believe all of that, if you believe all the advanced numbers, whatever. But I think, it's going to be tough to replace him. Now, do I think other guys can coach a defense with Myles Garrett? Of course I do. Yeah, they're gonna have a defense next year. They're gonna have 11 guys on the field, and any defense with Myles Garrett's gonna be a threat. But I saw a lot of people just posting the playoff game and saying, overrated. And I'm like, well, we weren't really saying that during the last few years. We were like, look how dominant the Browns defense is. And one of the things we were saying is, look at the advantage of the scheme and guys that you've been able to place in his scheme. And so, they're going to continue the scheme, but, how many offenses have we seen where you try to replicate, something, but if you don't have the right people and or people coaching it,
well, wouldn't you say,
it can be a big hit?
See, that part I don't necessarily agree with, because I would say probably, and I think that one actually ranked higher at the end of the season, and maybe it's still a revisionist history. Maybe it's just because of recency bias. But I look at this defense. I think all three defenses that he had were good. I think that this one would probably be a little bit better than what the defense he had in 2023. Because I think that this defense had to be sharper to keep them in any sort of games that they were in because of how terrible, just how out loud, hilariously bad their offense was this year. So I'm not saying this. When it comes to Jim Schwartz, I hate it. And this is what we do now in sports. I hate it when I take one thing, and I'm sure I've been guilty of it myself, taking one thing over a sterling period of time and saying this is the reason why we don't need this guy anymore. Over the course of time and over 3 years, I think it goes without saying his defense has been fantastic. I don't need to say a bunch of nasty things about the guy to make me feel better. It is
which is what people were doing,
and
over
I
the
think
last
that's
days.
totally wrong. And that's why I got so. I always bring up the Bill Callahan thing with you. That's why I get so sensitive to that. And it's like, guys, you have to be ready to replace these guys, but it doesn't mean what you're losing isn't significant. Jim Schwartz is a significant piece. Bill Callahan obviously was a significant piece, but you have to be ready to move on. My entire issue of it is because of how things went when Todd Monken was first made head coach. You couldn't have him back in. That's why I read the Mary Kay report over the weekend about, contrary to
that they had meetings.
That Todd Monken tried to talk him into staying. Didn't sound like that on Tuesday that he tried to talk him into staying. Hell, it seemed like it was you were either with us or against us in so many words. So that part I just flatly couldn't believe what I was reading there. And I guess I'll have to ask her
the other thing,
on Thursday if it still matters. But, you're losing a significant piece, but you need to replace him with somebody who's going to be able to take this defense and still keep it afloat as one of the better defenses in the NFL.
I did laugh. And look, it's what every fan base would do. I mean, the coping that goes on after the fact. And now we're going to act like he wasn't a good defensive coordinator. And because they lost the playoff game, that he was overrated.
Yeah.
I saw a bunch of people saying, too, that, he just couldn't go up against the better play callers. I'm like, what happened to his dominance against Shanahan teams? Remember that? Remember that was the talk of the NFL? And so now we're going to act like none of that was happening.
Yeah, what is he, 9-2 now against Kyle Shanahan or whatever it is?
Right. So, we just say things to make ourselves feel better. And again, maybe they can make a hire or elevate from within, and maybe we don't lose a step. I mean, honestly, I can't tell you that the guy's irreplaceable. I just think he's been one of the strengths of the team. But the one thing I absolutely loved is, oh no, Kenny, Eileen Gu. It just went south on the slopes.
Oh my God.
I hope they don't have to airlift her out of there. Anyway, so the one thing I will say that I thought was absolutely ridiculous that I was hearing from people was this proved he didn't have the temperament to be the head coach. Like, what are you talking about?
She's up and walking.
Like, yes,
they cut away. I got kind of scared. I was like, oh my God.
But what are you talking about? Like, one thing has nothing to do with the other. Because a guy is salty that he didn't get a job that he actually really wanted, and we finally had a guy that actually wanted to be the head coach of the Browns. There are very few guys apparently that want to be the head coach of the Browns in the NFL. He's one of them, and now he's salty he didn't get the job. That means he couldn't be the head coach of the Browns. One thing has zero to do with the other.
If you are top 4 defense, which they have been with I think they were 3rd, 8th, 10th, somewhere in there, and then 4th this last year over Jim Schwartz's time. If you're still one of those defenses, if you're a top 5 defense 2 out of 3 years, that means if you're taking a step back, okay, you might be in round number 8. You're hoping that your offense is going to be a little bit better. And 8 might be the difference between a couple of wins and a couple of losses, clearly here. But I don't think that I need to say a bunch of nasty things about Jim Schwartz out the door to make myself feel better about it. It's going to be the challenge. I don't need to try to make myself feel better about it. You know who needs to try to make me feel better about it is Todd Monken and whoever he hires. And the comfort of what is going to happen during the season. I can't make that justification right now in February.
How about Jimmy Haslam, who told you at the start of the search that they were going to do everything they could to keep Jim Schwartz? They weren't lying. They did. Some people think it hurt them in the coaching search. So we can't act like they didn't put a high price on his value with the organization.
Yeah.
So I just think a lot of people have to now convince themselves that it's not going to matter that he left. And we'll see. Maybe they do. Maybe they replace him with an up-and-comer. Jeff Thomas had some of the names. Maybe they, again, elevate from within.
They've interviewed a couple guys from within. Either one of those guys, I think, might be nice. I know Jason Tarver a little bit better than I know the other one. I don't know either one very well whatsoever, but I'll tell you that. But the history there, I think that both those guys have been defensive coordinators before. Now you're starting this a little bit later on, but there's other names that are possibly out there that you could bring in as well, and that I think that they should really examine, considering, like, I know that being a head coach of this football team might not have been the most desirable thing. The defensive coordinator of this team, with the players that you have, with Myles Garrett, with Denzel Ward, with Grant Delpit, etc., Carson Schlesinger, etc., I think it is actually a very desirable job for a defensive coordinator. 216-474-0092. Was letting Jim Schwartz resign, was it the right call, or do you think it's going to be a tremendous mistake? Ken Carman, Anthony Lima on the Fan.
Anthony Lima for QC Kinetics.
Denver's 2 games. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Eileen's okay, thank God. She's all right. That was scary.
I knew nothing about her before the show today.
Now you know everything about her.
And then she was on TV, and you almost lost me for half a segment.
Yeah. Well, then she went down, and then they cut away, and I went, oh, my God, they cut away. Because when they cut away, Lima, you and I both know, we are getting ready for the running of the Daytona 500. I believe the 68th running of the Great American Race?
So I was just...
The Great American Race, yep.
Just got my pamphlet on it.
Somewhere in there. I'll be watching this Sunday, and I remember I was on the phone with you when Ryan Newman went over. And, oh, God.
I remember that.
I remember Lima and I were on speakerphone with each other, and Ryan Newman had that blowover a couple years ago where basically it hit that, thank God it hit that special bar on impact. And there was just stone silent, and Lima's like, is he okay? And I go, oh, my God, Tone, they're bringing out the white sheet. I got to go. Like they were covering it up, and Lima goes, "Whoa, wait a minute, what are you doing?" I go, "Tone, this is really bad. We got to pay attention to the."
And then he
TV
walked
now.
out with his kids. Then,
he walked out with his kids
fine.
the next day.
Did you?
Oh God!
Did you see Bubba Wallace commercial yesterday?
I did. I did see that one. The Toyota commercial. I didn't see too many. I didn't notice too many others. Man, I'm sorry, man. I got so damn bored by that game, and I'm a football guy, and I know I'm not supposed to be.
There was another one. It was actually kind of well done where it was a T-Mobile. Backstreet Boys were involved in 2 commercials yesterday.
I thought you looked like one of the dudes from Backstreet Boys. I didn't know it was Backstreet Boys. I forgot.
Howie?
Whatever.
No, but they had a Backstreet Boys commercial, and then the joke of it was MGK ends up being in the pop-up store, and there's like no fans, and MGK's like starting to sing some Backstreet Boys to try to get the 2 kids' attention. I thought it was pretty good.
Oh, that's nice. I didn't see that one. I saw them in the pregame, and I the one guy had the suit jacket on with the hoodie, and I'm like, oh my God, that guy looks exactly like Tone. And I go, Liz goes, who? And I go, one of the guys in that boy band up there. She goes, Backstreet Boys? I go, Backstreet Boys, NSYNC, 98 Degrees, 5, O-Town. You say whatever. I just know the names. I haven't given my thought yet on it. I have, but I haven't. I don't think letting Jim Schwartz resign. By the way, I didn't realize you cannot trade defensive coordinators for picks. That was clarified over the weekend, by the way, as well. You can't trade. I think Mary Kay looked into it. You can't trade quarterbacks for picks. Or, excuse me, you can't trade coordinators for picks.
Yeah, wasn't part of you going, well, can't you do anything? Can't you, if you really wanted to, do anything like trade some players and then call and then... Wow, Jim Schwartz ends up on that team that we just pulled off a trade.
If you're Robert Kraft, you can just have your buddy John Bon Jovi introduce your team, even though he's from Jersey. That's what Keith told us during the break. I go, I didn't know he's friends with Robert Kraft. I go, well, just because, like, I'm friends with Joe Thomas. If I owned the Pittsburgh Steelers, I wouldn't have Joe Thomas introduce the Steelers. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Either way, I think losing Jim Schwartz, it comes with risk. I don't think that we're so much better off, like, okay, we're going to be fine. I don't want to have to take words back that I don't mean. And I know that there's been some people saying, Ken, man, you're doing a lot of fear-mongering this morning. No, it's not. It's not that at all. I see what they've done, and I see what other teams have done, and I think that we're still a bit away. And Jim Schwartz brought a lot of confidence to the fan base. I think he brought a lot of trust to the fan base. He has name recognition with the fan base, and he's gone. Okay, well, that doesn't – you had to be ready to replace him at some point, and now you're going to have to replace him. And it's going to come down to who they hire and what their process is to hire and not screw up a great defense. And that doesn't matter as much to me, 3-4, 4-3 guys. I think most of it's hybrid now. I think if you can't make adjustments, then you shouldn't even be a guy that really should be. I think that everybody has their preferences of what they would like to run in a base, certainly. But if you can't make adjustments for the type of players that you have on this defense, which is a top 5 defense now over the last 3 years, going on now 4 years, because I don't see it changing very, very anytime soon. If you can't make those adjustments, then I don't want you interviewing for the job, frankly. And they've interviewed two guys who are inside candidates now. If they wanted to bump those guys up, I would have. I've spoken very highly of Jason Tarver, clearly.
Well, Monken has been very clear. He wants to preserve the system.
Yes, and Ephraim Banda, I know less about him, but I think I would go into it with almost as much trepidation as I would anybody. Now, Sean McDermott brings some name recognition, certainly. Maybe some people would feel better about him. Now, I don't know if that's really actually been bandied about. Guys who are really good assistant coaches, they're going to be tough to replace. But even if say you're a good franchise, look what Seattle has to do this morning. Clint Kubiak, they won last night. Clint Kubiak's like, yeah, I'm taking the Raiders job. Like, yeah, that's it. You have to replace good coaches.
The Philly's been through it.
Yes. And if you're a good team, that's what you're going to be. Good teams are tasked with that. Bad teams, hate to say it, we're tasked with that when we make coaching changes and we have to bring other people in. And there's always good assistant coaches on every staff. So, yeah, they got to get themselves an opportunity to do so. But losing Jim Schwartz, I don't think it's just some easy thing that we'll be able to do and move on from and nobody's going to care about. It's going to be a challenge for this football team. It's going to be a challenge for whoever takes over. But you have to be ready to do so. And I think it was time to move on. Any coach that I've spoken to, whether it be former NFL coaches, current assistants, college guys, even high school guys, I mean, there have been 15 different guys that I've spoken to over these last 3 weeks. And when Jim Schwartz, a couple of weeks ago, decided to do what he decided to do, that said everything that needed to be said. You can't have that situation coming back to you. 216-474-0092. Deshaun in Cleveland, you're first up on the Fan. Hello.
Fellas, what's going on?
Hi, Deshaun. Go ahead.
Hey, I don't think that the Schwartz, I mean, obviously he's a great coach. It was some play calling on his side that was a little bit to be desired also. I mean, he's playing, we're playing man-to-man like we got 3 nickel corners this year, and we didn't at all. Our nickel cornerback got shredded this year, a lot because of his man-to-man defense. I think we got somebody replacing. We got a way better defense now than we had in 23, 24 when he started. We don't really have holes. Might have one hole, period, on defense. So, I mean, I'm not saying anybody can coach it, but I'm saying if they hire one of those guys from inside, we should be fine defensively. It's all about Monken. And I want to personally give an apology to Mr. Monken. I think last week or 2 weeks ago, I called her and said he's an old geezer and he's an idiot.
Why did you call him an old geezer? Why did you call him a geezer and an idiot?
We were talking about something like about coaching, who's going to be the guy. Like he was the fourth guy. I'm like, Monken's not going to get the job. He's an old guy, and I was an idiot for saying that. This guy's a genius. He knows what he's doing. I'm definitely loving the coaching hire. Didn't like it at first, but it seems like
was it just his words that swayed you, his interviews that swayed you?
No. I started looking at some different things, like all type of different stuff on him, and then listening to the NFL players, the actual NFL guys have been with him and saying how good it'll be. No, it seems like the Browns fans were finally wrong, and the Browns might be right finally.
I think fans have warmed up to him over the last couple of weeks, and I've gotten a better feeling about. I've gotten a better feeling about him, and I know that we go back to 2019 all the time because that was the last time he was here. One of the things that kind of put a lump in your throat, Deshaun, and thank you very much for the call, was that, like, remember, they reached out to Bill Parcells, and Bill Parcells like, you know what, I'm kind of busy. I can't really give a statement about Freddie Kitchens. And people are like, what? You can't give a statement? Like, I didn't really want to say much. If they're not willing to line up and kind of say these things, it kind of scares you a little bit.
Yeah, with Monken, that was not.
And with Monken, that hasn't necessarily been the case.
I know we're moving on, but
we're about to open up a can of worms here.
One of the great, I think, the themes of the offseason, aside from 3 teams in the division all attempting to retool, but this battle between Jesse Minter, really young, obviously that he was going to get a head coaching job, and arguably got the best job of any of the teams, of any of the coaches, but then also Mike McCarthy versus, Todd Monken.
As far as
it's a reboot in the division. I mean, 3 new coaches, and the one that probably should have gotten a new coach 2 years ago kept their coach at the Cincinnati Bengals. So it's kind of a reboot of the whole division.
I mean, it is. I think with Todd Monken, I'm not going to make a big conversation piece about between Monken or McCarthy like I have before. I think that if you're the Steelers, it's trying to keep the standard the same way it is, which I know that they hate overusing that term, so I'm not going to use it very much. And then when it comes to Monken, I think that you're trying to do. I think that they think they're closer than what I believe they are. And so if they think that, then they're going to try to freshen up some ideas and move forward with some of the players that they have. Bleacher Report was able to run down Myles Garrett. Now, I know a lot of folks have been looking at this going, you guys sit there and you talk about all these other QBs. But, we had Denzel Ward talking to Kay Adams last week, and Denzel Ward would not put the seal of approval on things when it comes to the quarterback. Myles Garrett, the other cornerstone of this defense, which means he's the other cornerstone of this franchise. Myles Garrett got ran down by Bleacher Report, and he was asked about whether or not Shedeur is the guy.
Do y'all have the guy? Is Shedeur the guy?
That's what we're looking at as a guy. We're going to give him a shot to prove that he's the guy. So we're not going to give anyone that title until they go out there and earn it. And he was the last person to be on the field, and he showed some flashes. So we're going to give him an opportunity to show what we can really do.
That's Micah Parsons asking Myles Garrett that question, courtesy of Bleacher Report. I got another clip in there to get to in a second. However, what did you make of what he just said?
First of all, that entire podcast was amazing with Micah Parsons. I mean,
Micah Parsons knows how to host a podcast.
And he was clowning on Parsons the whole time.
He's one of the few guys that backs up the play. Like, there's been a couple of players like, dude, are you too interested in podcasting and not necessarily playing? Micah Parsons is able to do both. Go ahead. What were you saying?
So this was altogether pretty good. And, look, there are a bunch of people that listen to our show that go into YouTube Live, and they are just operating as if Shedeur is QB1. Like, that's it.
As of right now, I operate as if he should be QB1 going into camp.
But it does not seem for all the stuff about, hey, look, the players respond to Shedeur, but they're not talking like it. So I find that very interesting that nobody is out there just definitively saying he is the QB1. They're saying, hey, he'll have a shot.
I think,
but I'm not seeing anybody go out there and just say it.
I think this is more of Miles and Wadsworth. I think this is more of a Browns fan going, yeah, I mean, he showed flashes. I think a Browns fan, I think if you were to go and poll at a stoplight 100 Browns fans, as of right now, who's your QB1? I think that most of them would say Shedeur Sanders. And then you'd ask why. Because he showed flashes. He was the last guy out there in the field last year. Do you want to see somebody else? I mean, if there's a possibility to bring someone in, fine. But if the QB room is the QB room, then I think it's Shedeur Sanders number one. Because Miles was asked about Deshaun Watson's contract and if Deshaun Watson's going to get a shot.
You paying another guy $46 billion. Is he going to get a shot?
I feel like everyone on the roster is going to get a shot. Now, he was the last guy on the field, so he's obviously going to get first service. And, Deshaun, whoever else on the roster, they're going to get a real look.
Did you hear?
That's exactly how I think. That's the common sense, pragmatic approach.
How many people were there? They were like stunned that Micah would ask that question. Listen to the people in the background.
Well, you paying another guy $46 billion. Is he going to get a shot?
What's the look on? Did you see it, Owen? I would like to see, because I only heard the podcast. I didn't watch it.
Well, because it is. I
the
think
look on Miles' face. I'm curious.
It might be a third rail, right?
Yes.
It might be because you threw the money in there and you're a current player. If
I think this is the only guy that can ask him that and get an answer because they train together in the offseason. Yeah. I mean, they seem to be pretty as close as Miles can have in the NFL, right?
They're close, but you know what? Just because we're close doesn't mean you can. It's almost the same thing. Like Jalen Tyson kind of walked back and apologized what he said about Donovan Mitchell and it being his team. You can be close and you can still step over a line there. When you bring up the $46 million of what the team's paying, I love it. It's great content. But maybe it's like, you're kind of pocket watching another player in the NFL. You guys are all still part of the same fraternity, which is NFL players. But Miles, to his credit, I thought he answered it. I think he answered it the same way a lot of Browns fans would answer it. Like, until there's a change, and if we want to bring up Mac Jones and all the other ones, which we have, then continue to bring them up. And we have a long time before the league year starts again, and we get going with free agency and everything else. But until then, I look at this and I go, yeah, Shedeur he's QB1 going into this camp. And if he loses the job, if he's outplayed by Deshaun Watson, then fine. I guess he's outplayed by Deshaun Watson. if he's outplayed by Dylan Gabriel, and both Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur are outplayed by Dylan Gabriel, Deshaun and Shedeur are outplayed by Dylan Gabriel, I think I'd be very surprised, to say the least. But it's not, to me, it's not a three-way competition. I think that Shedeur has the lead of it. I thought what Miles said smacks of common sense, the way that I think a lot of Browns fans would answer that question. I want to ask Daryl about that coming up at 8:20. Coming up next, Tone, what do you got in Lima Likes?
Apparently, very special guest might be along for the ride for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Could this be like LeBron 3.0 with James Harden?
That sounds fantastic. Friends, Ken Carman here for K&K Heating and Cooling.
Joe Checkeye for 92.3 The Fan.
Does Lima like?
Or does Lima no like?
Like?
Tell me likey. I'm liking it.
I like it a lot.
No like.
He doesn't like you.
I don't like you either.
You're tacky and I hate you.
Like or no like. Like or no like.
But I definitely knew what I liked, and I definitely knew what I didn't like.
All right, a few more notes on the Super Bowl from yesterday, Kenny. And
Lima likes.
Congratulations. There was a Clevelander, an Auroran, A.J. Barner in the Super Bowl. Not only that, making a huge play in the Super Bowl. Was that the only touchdown?
No, they had two.
Two
touchdowns.
Yeah, I'm just caught up in all the field goal mania of the game.
Both the teams scored touchdowns.
Oh yeah, that's right. There was one of the two
when
plays
it starts 12-0 and it's 4 field goals.
What a great game!
Assume it's
yeah,
all.
you
What
gotta tell.
a great game! What a great game!
But congratulations to him. Also,
Lima likes.
I love me personally. Now I want to know nitty gritty from you guys because you coach it, and I don't think you put up with the mistakes that maybe I do. But there were 7 penalties in the game, and for the longest time in the first half, and they jinxed it. They're like, we might have our first half of football ever in the Super Bowl without a penalty. And then, of course, they had the flag thrown. What do you make of the way that they just allow holding in Super Bowls? Does that bother you? Because I laugh because I know in September we're going to get back to football and we'll get 12 penalties on the Browns in a game.
It does, because the reason it bothers me is because you don't call it the same way through the season. And they say, well, let them play. I think holding calls also kind of bog down the game. It interrupts the flow. And again, the NFL knows that there are so many people who really do not watch football throughout the entire year who are watching this one game and this one game only. And so they're going to put it out there, and that's the way. So you can't say it's poorly officiated because it's like, well, they're letting them play. But it's like, some of these things are egregious.
Especially when you get a big play, and then they go, well, it's coming back, and people don't understand, well, I thought he just ran for 28 yards, and now it's 3rd and 14.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying, though, is even though they didn't call holding yesterday, it did not bother the defensive lines.
You're right.
Like, the defensive lines are still getting to the QB, leading me to wonder, shouldn't we just officiate the games like this all year and let everybody try to come up with their
until
workarounds?
It comes down to the end of games and that same thing is not called, and then, it does affect a pass rusher getting the quarterback, and people lose their minds on that stuff.
I want to know, Gene Steratore family listens to the show. I want to know from a Gene Steratore, yes, welcome here. You're all welcome here. Yes. The Hockuleys, the Torberts. I mean, you're all allowed. You're all welcome here, folks. I want to know if it's true. I think there's emphasis on certain rules at the beginning to kind of teach you the way it's done, and then maybe they lax up a little bit. Like, you remember that with when they had the new roughing the passer rules, and Clay Matthews basically pulled a guy down by his fingers and somehow got a roughing the passer penalty on him, and it's like, well, yeah, they're going to call it really tight at the beginning of the year,
and then
it'll loosen up a little bit later.
There were 4 late hits yesterday, and nobody seemed to care.
Well, those guys aren't named Patrick Mahomes.
But it's also the Super Bowl. It's also the end of the season. It's like, the whole point is to preserve these quarterbacks for the whole year. And then when we get to the Super Bowl, they're just like, it's a vicious game.
Which is odd why Cam Newton made such a weird business decision in the biggest game of his life in the last game of the year.
It's just something I'll keep my eye on for next year, because it is funny. We lose our minds on NFL coaches when their teams get flagged a bunch. When isn't it really just the enforcement? They could have called 100 penalties yesterday. And would we have been saying, better coach team doesn't commit these penalties?
I think we'd been complaining that there were a bunch of flags during the Super Bowl, as I think that what would have happened. I think that would have been the major talking point.
Meanwhile, also, Radio Row, and we saw this late last week. I wanted to get this in the show. But how about
Lima no likes
Deion Sanders? As if he was ever really bandied about as a head coach for any of these football teams. I didn't really see him. There's certainly the NFL
I
odds.
saw it a ton in the YouTube chat.
I guess the only time that was debated on this show was when you and I were out for a day about Deion.
Yeah, it was kind of brought up early, and then
Yeah, we didn't. Well, I know.
Yeah, that day, that specific
us
day.
three didn't talk about it. Yeah. There was like one day they kind of had it. Yeah.
Well, it came up on First Take at the end of the week, and Dion saying, no thanks.
I know you're happy at Colorado, but before Shoddy went to the Cowboys, your name was kind of in the mix. Is there anything that would get you to jump to the National Football League?
Not whatsoever. What transpired with my son last year, ain't no way in the world. No, I don't have a... Thank you, Lord. When I stop like that...
That's to keep you from saying you don't need to say.
When I stop like that, that don't mean I'm lost for words. That means God said, hold on.
That's too wrong. I mean, Dion is amazing. I loved watching all these interviews. And by the way, Shador was too. Shador, there's another clip. Maybe we'll get it in towards the end of the show. He was asked about his fans, whether they're a cult. And he did not like that.
I did not hear that
at all. And he actually had a really good breakdown of like, well, what's a cult then? So when every team's fan base is a cult. It was very interesting to hear his perspective on it. I was glad he was asked about it because I'm guilty. I've used the term. Absolutely used the term. So maybe we'll do that later in the show. But Dion, here's my question. Like, forget about whether or not he really has a shot to be a head coach in the NFL. Because obviously things have gone south in Boulder and it's tough enough. He's got tough enough to worry about that. This guy is a trailblazer. Like, this guy has shown in his life that he is going to do what people say you can't do. And so, if anything, if he's that mad about the way that his son was treated, doesn't he want to be the change that he wants to see? Doesn't he want to be the guy that gives guys like his son a chance? And by the way, his son ended up quarterbacking a bunch of games last year. The NFL's a fifth-round pick.
You think it's about getting a chance, or it's about maybe feeling like he got a little blackballed for a day or two? Because it did kind of seem like, I don't think there was collusion or anything, but it did seem like he fell way further than anybody thought he would fall.
He fell further than I thought he would go. Absolutely. So doesn't he want to, couldn't he be the guy to make sure that doesn't happen? That guys don't get their name dragged through the mud in the pre-draft process? Because he went after the guys on ESPN. He was on another podcast with Kevin Clark, and he's like, you guys are guilty of it. You guys are the reason my son fell, the media.
As long as there's a draft, there will always be people who unfairly get their names dragged through the mud because there's always going to be things planted where, hey, I'm drafting 13th, and maybe this guy's going to be drafted 8th, but if there's something planted here and there, and that's been fought about over these last few years. I mean, you remember some really nasty stories coming out here over the last few years, and I'm sure it's going to happen again, even though this draft doesn't seem to be the world's greatest draft in the history of the NFL. It happens every year. Some guy who's getting ready for the draft who has no idea about it right now is going to be dragged right through the mud. Whether it's fair or not, more than likely not fair, it's going to happen coming up here soon.
I'm alive.
We said it was a pretty awesome debut for the Cavaliers and James Harden in the 132-126 win over the Kings. First of all,
I'm alive.
Harden and Mitchell, people wondered how they would coexist. Well, they became the first Cavs teammates to each score at least 15 points in the fourth quarter of any game since they began tracking this in 1996. They call it the play-by-play era. I didn't know. It's like the advent of the forward pass. The play-by-play era of 1996. So that was great to see them in the fourth quarter. Certainly didn't seem like they were worried about whose turn it was. But we had wondered about that with Darius and Donovan countless times, especially in playoff games as well. But how about...
I'm alive.
Apparently, we got to be dialed into the post-game shows because Serena Winters on FanDuel had the mic in her hand, and then somebody took it away or tried to.
First game playing alongside Donovan Mitchell. He was excited about you coming here. What made you feel the same way?
No practice, no practice, no nothing. Just film sessions and just film. But I told Don just do what he do, and I figured out after that. So.
What does that mean when you're able to do that? No, nothing. Like you said, you come out here to do that.
I mean, you know what he's been doing all year long. You know, he's the leader of this team, and I'm just here to support him and do whatever it takes to help. So after one game, we going to the yard. What are we doing?
In Houston of James Harden, he tried to take the mic away. Serena held on to the mic for dear life. It was a great moment. He just went on a profanity-laced, I would say tirade, but it was positive. He's very, very excited about James Harden on his new basketball
team. You can have
team.
Positive tirades.
Yeah, you know what? I think you can. So it led me to wonder, like, who is going to be there the rest of the year. The other part of it was he was a guest of Sacramento's. Like, he was with the owner of the Kings, and he had taken off the Kings jersey while he's holding it. I wonder how he felt about that. The Kings owner, Vivek, was quite the scene at the end of the game. So that's just one game, one James Harden game. They set a Cavs record already in the fourth quarter, and you had a microphone takeover by
that's awesome.
One of the biggest rap
Let's do that again.
and music acts right now going.
Sensational.
Yeah, that's it for Lima Lakes.
Outstanding as always. Coming up at 8:20 this morning, the dangerous one, Daryl Ruiter, who is going to take over as defensive coordinator of your Cleveland Browns now that Jim has taken his ball and went home. We'll talk about that coming up at 8:20 with the dangerous one, Daryl Ruiter. And I didn't know I was being such a curmudgeon for everybody. I thought it was just plain old simple facts. That's in 5 on the Fan.
All right, young team. All right.
50% chance that he could resurrect Deshaun Watson. If by resurrect, you mean like as a top 5, top 10 quarterback. If you're saying just make him a solid starter, that gets a little bit closer. I don't think they want to do that.
Catch Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker on Afternoon Drive every Wednesday at 4. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Let Leonardo DiCaprio do his thing at the Super Bowl, man. Show me videos of him.
He must have itchy nose. That happens sometimes when they catch you on TV. And you go to scratch it, and then...
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. By the way, another win for the anti-tanking crown.
Yeah?
Little champions pose.
Oh, what's this one?
Little champions pose. I don't know. Did the Seahawks have to tank anything? I don't think the Seahawks have ever really tanked.
No.
Which, by the way, I'm being called a fearmonger today. Me, the fearmonger. There's nothing to be afraid of. I've had rough Brown seasons before. There's nothing to be afraid of at all. It's about just being honest and open with everybody. I watch these teams. I watched yesterday's game. I'd love to get to the calls. We'll see if that ever happens. I'd love to do all these things. But, guys, I got to just tell you, like, if it's more – before it was, hey, get yourself a quarterback, go. Get yourself a QB, go. Now it's harder than ever. Especially even with the offensive linemen. People are ripping Will Campbell up and down, which, by the way, Will Campbell should have stood in there. Unless he had – all I saw was Ben Volin, right, that he didn't stick around for media availability. You got to stand in there and answer the questions.
Oh, of course.
You're the first-round pick. You're supposed to be their version of Joe Thomas. You were bad yesterday. You're really bad during the entire postseason. I know he's coming off an injury here. But you know what? You got to stand in there. You got to answer the questions. So unless there was something and some reason he wasn't able to do it, I didn't see anything other than he just decided he wasn't going to answer questions. Which to me is, if you're a first-round guy, that's patently ridiculous. You got to stand in there and give people the reasons.
I agree.
So that was silly. Either way, guys, I just think it's more difficult than ever to do this. We are seeing, and gosh, I could give you such a long-winded answer here. I'll try to be as brief as I can. But Anthony, you and I have talked about this a little bit at length during the emerging podcast scene on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 10:15 Eastern on 92.3 The Fan Extra on the free Odyssey app. The transfer portal, I think, hurts it. Guys moving all over the place hurts it. I think that you're seeing more and more guys who are deciding to go back for a few extra bucks. And by the way, you're more than welcome to do it.
Which is, by the way, going to kill the middle of this draft.
Yes, it just makes everything harder because now you have some guys who get bumped up like there's inflation for no reason. So you got to draft at your pick. If no one's going to trade with you, you got to go ahead and take somebody. And so now you're not getting the quality you used to be able to get. And then you're not even getting the youth that you wanted to so you could develop these guys. And I think we're seeing it with offensive linemen, and I think we're seeing it with quarterbacks. And it's harder than ever. And I get ready for this. I get ready for this upcoming season now, and I'm going, I do trust Andrew Berry with the defense. If I look at this history, and yeah, I know Tommy Togiai fell through the cracks. Defensive linemen, sometimes are really, really rough at the beginning of their careers, and they end up playing for 10, 11 years because they get better with age. And maybe that's happened with Tommy Togiai. I wish him no ill will whatsoever. Maybe that'll happen with Siaki Ika. I wish him no ill will whatsoever. But damn, you got a lot of other guys that they've picked that have been pretty good on defense. Offensively, we haven't been able to do very much anything. And now that you have retreads going out there, it's like, okay, you're going to have a good support system. Well, we've rarely had that. And if we have, it's been fleeting for a year. And you also have to have good players. And it's harder than ever now for these guys to pick good impact players to start with this offense because you're halfway there with your defense. This is a AFC championship level defense, maybe even a Super Bowl defense.
I agree.
But with this offense, you are just so stuck in the mud and bad. And I don't know if you're going to be able to get that offense figured out in time by the time it's time to start replacing defense. I know you replace during the entire time. You don't just forget about the defense and move on. But, man, I just think it's going to be so difficult to make everything add up. And I see these two teams last night, and I go, yeah, man, we're a bit of ways here, man. We are further away than I thought we were.
The one thing, though, first of all, it kind of all starts at the line, right, until you have the quarterback, too, obviously. But you liked, and it seemed like Joe Thomas and many others really, really liked Monken's offensive line hire, the offensive line coach.
Yeah.
So that's a start. And obviously there is a big question on who's...
Oh, wait a minute. You're saying I really liked him?
I thought you did, didn't you?
No, Joe Thomas really liked him.
Yeah.
I can't deny. Now, he was really good when he was here. I don't want to deny. There is other facts out there where, according to PFF, like you look at the rankings that he's had, a lot of teams seem to have got better on the offensive line after he left. Now, I don't know the situations that he had taken over, but it did seem to be that way. So I'm a little lukewarm to the offensive line coach that he hired.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
So okay, either way, it all starts with there, and hopefully, in the draft, we all know where they're targeting, wide receiver, but offensive line. This is going to be key. And also, I don't know if this would be, do you like speculation coming from players?
Go ahead.
When I happen to know somebody who ran into one of those offensive linemen at a resort right across the border in Pennsylvania a few weeks ago. And, that offensive lineman for the Cleveland Browns, he was asked, are you sure you're done? Are you absolutely sure you're done? And he said, well, I thought I was about halfway through the year. And by the end of the year, he's like, I got to weigh some things. But he put it at 45%, that maybe there's a 45% chance that he could be coming back. And that was 2 weeks ago. So I'm just saying.
Ethan Posick was over in Pennsylvania?
It was not. I can eliminate that name. And that's as far as.
Cam Robinson was over in Pennsylvania?
That's as far as I will go on that conversation, Kenny. But I will say 45% is about 40 more than I thought it would be for that individual who has been a all-pro how many times over?
Well, I'd be shocked.
Wouldn't that be nice? I mean, look, he's not the exact same level he was like 4 years ago, but
still really good.
You don't think he could help?
Still really good. 216-474-0092.
45%.
I feel, though, I'm not getting a lot of pushback by you, by the way. The 45% thing's crazy. You run into people all the time. Or you run into people who run into people all the time who are moving around in some pretty high places. Tone, that pointed out. It's like, okay, well, Joel Bitonio ain't going to be the only one. Joel Bitonio's played for, excuse me, the guy who's not named, I'm sorry, the guy who's not named who's been here a really long time, well, he's played on some bad offenses too. So just because you're getting him back doesn't mean that everything's going to be fantastic.
But it'd be nice not to have to overhaul every single spot and then the depth too.
It would be nice, but it does seem in so many ways you have to. You are halfway to a good tight end room. You are, I don't know what about your quarterback room and what's going to happen there other than Shedeur is your leading number one, and I think that's a mixed bag on reactions to that. Wide receiver room, you got Jerry Jeudy just because you traded for the guy. He's not a number one in this league, so you're kind of looking for a number one still, even though it's not going to be a great class. Like, guys, you're a ways away. And last night, well, gosh, they got Sam Darnold. Look how you could do it. That means I have to put that much better of a good football team around him. Well, Drake May, after they won 4 games. Look, Drake May's a good quarterback. They got some other, last night exposed to some other things that they can do, or they have to do. For us, it's no longer, there was a time where I just sat there, quarterback, got to find quarterback, got to find that guy. Well, yeah, you ain't doing anything without a capable quarterback. Sam Darnold is capable. Drake May is capable. They're good. But damn, man, you got to put together a lot of other pieces, and I just don't believe, I have faith they're going to be able to do that offensively. Let me get to Colleen in New York City. Hello, Colleen.
What up, boys? How are you?
We're doing well. Go right on ahead.
Well, I was just curious what the date for the Super Bowl and where it is next year. So I went to look it up, and for Lima, it's President's Day weekend, man.
Is it President's Day weekend next?
I saw people alluding to that. I didn't know they had finalized the calendar.
They finally did it.
Because I thought it was going to be about the 18 weeks, the 18-game schedule, till we'd finally get there.
So the other thing is, guess what day it falls on?
What?
Boys.
A Tuesday.
Valentine's Day.
Bingo. Ding, ding, ding.
So what does that mean, Colleen?
What's it mean?
I think everyone's happy, right?
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm not, I would love to spend the day watching football on Valentine's Day. I know I'm happy.
Well, that's a hell of an. I mean, you're listening to this, so you're happy. I don't know if. I mean, my wife does not like sports.
Guys.
Well, we love you too, Colleen.
And Carman and Kenny, we share a mutual friend who's in heaven. Our buddy Danny Coughlin.
Oh, I thought you were going to say my mom. I didn't realize that. Okay, Danny,
she's up there with Danny right now.
Danny,
my mom's up there too. My mom's up there too. But
okay,
I work for the Eagles. I work for St. Edward High School.
Oh, beautiful.
And and you were at the wake. And you said hello, which was so nice.
Danny was the best, and his family's the best. I love his children. I love the whole
Props to
family.
Eds. They won the Holy War on the basketball version the other day.
Colleen, we got to get running. Thank you very much for the call.
Oh, okay. Yes, go Eagles. Big game on Friday. That was Lima. It was a great game.
Tony, you going to be able to get another Eagle game underneath your belt?
I was supposed to go to that. I couldn't go to that game. It was Mason's birthday, but unfortunately was not able to go.
Didn't get him tickets for his birthday?
Yeah, to go see the Eagles? What's your
Father
problem?
are you?
I know. What's your problem? I'd rather see them than
I know there's a caller on hold.
Other Eagles.
I'm remiss. I'm sure Aaron is going to point it out.
Yeah,
Kobe Bryant.
All right, put Aaron in Cleveland on. Hello, Aaron.
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing?
Hey. Wonderful, Aaron. Go ahead.
Yep, Lima, you got it. That's what I was calling about.
Yeah, I felt bad.
Kobe Bryant.
I mentioned the Aurora
Aaron,
kid. I
you.
didn't mention the Glenville kid that also was playing in the Super Bowl on the winning team.
Did you know that Mike Vrabel went to Walsh Jesuit?
It's all adding up now.
That was like the whole pregame, and then Mac Hollins wore his jersey.
I know. Do you think anything differently of Vrabel as a coach? I saw some people, because it's a Super Bowl and you have to have a take on everything. So there were the Drake May takes, like he's not going to be a Super Bowl winner. That was his best chance ever. This is going to be like Dan Marino all over again. Well, I saw people clowning Mike Vrabel for his big game coaching and Josh McDaniels. People were tweeting me about Josh McDaniels and his struggles yesterday.
Yeah, you get a couple of drinks. It's a live game. You're going to tweet things off. You're going to fire off the takes. I mean, it is the Super Bowl. They went from a terrible organization to in the Super Bowl in 1 year. I think that goes without saying about what Mike Vrabel's able to do with a football team, right?
This was an opportunity. Like, make no mistake, that's a tough one because you didn't have to worry about Mahomes. The path on the way there. I mean, people have been talking so much about the Patriots' schedule and going up against Jared Stidham.
Did you see Levi Stadium, by the way?
Yeah.
Did you see the sun right in those fans' eyes?
Yeah.
You know where the sun isn't going to be in those fans' eyes when they're hosting a Super Bowl? Right in Brook Park, Ohio. I want to ask Daryl Ruiter the chances coming up in 5 on the Fan. Extend Technologies.
Uno-star Cleveland Heights native Layla Edwards, 3 assists in those first 2 games. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone during this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Bring on the dangerous one, Daryl Ruiter. Owen, who is Daryl brought to us by?
Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Sensational. Daryl, good morning to you. What'd you think of the Super Bowl? What'd you think of the halftime show? Out with it.
I thought the Super Bowl hopefully was a little lesson that you can win with defense in the NFL. And I thought the halftime show was pretty good. I enjoyed it. Didn't understand a lot of it, but it was a lot of fun to watch. Tremendous production.
Lima thought it was funny. I did check out both halftime shows because I had so many. I had so many people on my Facebook, and then I had a person who was tweeting the link to me, and I was like, well, they're kicking off the third quarter. I might as well go check out what the other one was. And I saw them both. I'm like, all right, if you wanted to see that sort of thing, that's the sort of thing that you kind of liked. And if you wanted to see Bad Bunny, I thought that it was I felt the same way you did. I go, it was very theatrical. Very theatrical. But basically they put a city out there on the football field, which was great.
Yeah, they did.
I didn't realize that was a legal marriage. Did you know that out there on that field?
No, I did not. But
Lima told me that was a legal marriage that happened out there yesterday.
That was a big topic of conversation at the party last night. We were all debating whether or not that was an act or that was a legit legal marriage, and apparently it was legit and legal, so congratulations to the happy couple.
They can't get divorced. You can't let that one go away.
And if they do, I guess you got to do it at the next Super Bowl halftime show.
You got to do it at the Pro Bowl games.
That's a story.
That's where you get your divorce. Go ahead, Tom.
Daryl, you said something interesting. You started out by saying, hey, it's proof that defenses can win the Super Bowl. And we've had some variations of this over the last 5 years, which is funny because they did everything they could to legislate in the game for quarterback play and, the ability to, entertain with more passing and all that. And then we're watching the game last night. And, Sam Darnold did settle down a little bit after that initial flurry where you're like, oh, he's going to throw a pick 6 for sure. But he avoided it. So Ken had said at the start of the show that he thought after watching the game last night, the Browns were further away, but the Browns got the part down that you just talked about, the defense.
Yeah, the issue for the Browns is they don't have a prolific number one wide receiver like JSN. I think Quinshon Judkins can be that dominant number one running back when he's healthy. He showed that a little bit in his rookie season. Offensive line, well, that's a reclamation project waiting to happen. And, again, competent quarterback play, right? Look, Sam Darnold wasn't great last night, but he did just enough, didn't make the mistakes that you saw Drake May make in that game, and that helped Seattle win their second Super Bowl. So, the other thing, too, is I worry that the Browns missed the runway here with this defense that they have. Granted, they still have the foundational pieces to it. Myles Garrett, now Carson Schlesinger, you add him to the mix, Grant Delpit, Denzel Ward. But, getting older, you're going to have a new defensive coordinator this coming year. I am expecting a natural drop-off on that side of the ball, while also at the same time expecting the offense to be better because, well, quite frankly, the offense can't get much worse than what we've seen the last 2 years. I just kind of worry that they really missed an opportunity cashing in on a really good defensive scheme and unit the last couple of years. But that's life in the big city when it comes to the NFL, so we'll see what they do with the coordinator. Todd Monken said a week ago Tuesday they're going to keep the same scheme, which means, I don't know, maybe they'll promote somebody in-house to do that or pick someone off of the Texans squad there since Houston runs a similar defense to the Browns. But, yeah, that was a pretty dominating performance there by the Seattle Seahawks defensively, not just in the Super Bowl, but throughout the season, throughout the playoffs.
We know that they interviewed 2 in-house candidates. Would you like to see either one of those 2 become the defensive coordinator, or is there a name that you've been banding about thinking of?
Yeah, I had thought that Ephraim Banda and Jason Tarver would be both solid in-house candidates to promote Ken. Corey Undin, who's he's either the DB's coach or he works in the passing game for the Texans. Maybe you bring someone like him in to do this, but I almost feel like in-house is the way to go here because they know the players that are already here. They know what Jim Schwartz did, how Jim Schwartz did it. I think it has more of an opportunity to be a little more seamless. So right now, I'd probably say a coin toss between Banda and Tarver, and I think both of those guys are very much qualified for the job.
Now, we know that the head coaching job wasn't the most desirable of the open jobs that were out there, and we accept that, and I think that a lot of people should have accepted it even when they let Kevin go. However, I think defensive coordinator, that might be one of the more provocative jobs to go out there and take. Is there any sort of possible big names like like McDermott stuff or anything out there that you could possibly be interested in, that they would be interested in together?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm all for going big there. I don't know that McDermott would be interested, right? I mean, he didn't seem too interested in the head coaching job, so I don't know why at this point he would be interested in the coordinator job. It just seems like he's going to take the year off and chill out. Maybe he'll do what Mike Vrabel did and jump in some sort of like a consultant role with the team, but listen, I don't have any problem with going out and getting an established name, but it's got to come from that Jim Schwartz tree, right? It's got to fit the existing scheme that they're running because they've invested so much in that the last couple of years. I think it's smart to try and maintain the continuity on that side of the football.
All right, Daryl, when it comes to Myles Garrett, we played the comments a little earlier about Shedeur. We've heard Denzel Ward and his comments about Shedeur. Yeah. Nobody seems to be all in, at least in just conversation, on Shedeur as QB1. What do you think it is in that building? Do you think they're just not wanting to be presumptuous, not wanting to be, not trying to start a controversy or whatever? What do you think it is right now?
I think it has to do with not wanting to put the cart before the horse, making sure that Shedeur Sanders understands he has to earn the job, which I don't have a problem with. But I think when it's all said and done, there is a high probability Shedeur Sanders will be the starter week 1.
High probability?
I really do. I do. I think that, and I think that's the way to go because there aren't that many options as we have the conversation right now that excite me where I'm like, to the point of, hey, if you bring that guy in, you're set for a couple of years. So instead, I would prefer, instead of trying to find a stopgap guy, find somebody that can back him up. Now, that might ultimately end up being Deshaun Watson. I doubt it, but you have to be fair and keep all the possibilities out there. But I would like to give Shedeur the opportunity to show whether or not he can do this, because if he can't do it and he doesn't do it, you're going to by default be in pretty good position for the 2027 draft. And that's not tanking, that's not punting on the year. That's tangibly finding out what you have in Shedeur Sanders. He showed you a little bit. I did find Myles Garrett's comments interesting. I think it was on a Bleacher Report podcast or a video cast there where I think it was with Micah Parsons, where he basically said, hey, he was the last guy on the field. Give him first crack at this thing, the opportunity to show whether or not he's able to play at this level. So I do think that going into the offseason, Shedeur Sanders is QB1, but he's going to have to prove that he's worthy of keeping that job.
So Daryl, when you say that, with the level of certainty that you just expressed it, are you saying there's no competition? You're just giving him the job?
No, I'm not giving him the job. I'm just saying that he enters as quarterback 1 with a much better opportunity to earn the job than he had last year.
Can you be considered QB? Maybe if this is semantics, you tell me. Can you be considered QB1 now if you're telling him he has to compete? Because when I hear QB1, I'm like, oh, there's no competition. You're just the starter.
QB1 on the depth chart. Is that specific enough for you?
It's specific enough for me.
When there's
I don't
a
know
quarterback
about
competition,
He's the number one quarterback on the depth chart right now.
See, maybe I'm used to how they do the depth charts where they go when I've seen that before in college. I've seen it, at times even in the NFL where they'll say, hey, it's this or this because one is not ahead because by definition it's a competition.
Well, I've never seen an or written on
I have. Yeah, I definitely
chart.
On an NFL depth chart?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Might have been a preseason depth chart.
Well, the Browns have had 42 of these guys, and they've had many a quarterback competition, and I've never seen on a preseason depth chart where they had the quarterbacks listed with an or between them.
You seem to have a problem with Daryl's answer. Why?
Oh, well, I was trying to clarify whether or not you're gifting Shedeur the starting job, which I think would be idiotic.
I specifically said that you're not giving him the job.
Yeah.
You're just giving him the opportunity, and he's first in line.
Yeah, and I guess to me, that does not sound like quarterback one. Quarterback one sounds like with a bullet, he's the guy, he's the starter.
Okay.
Can we host a Super Bowl? And the reason I ask, I know it's not until 2029 the stadium gets built and finished, and we're playing in it, right?
Right.
I had to notice. I go, boy, you spend all that money for them seats, you're staring right into the sun there for at least the first half of the football game. And I go, well, there ain't going to be no sun staring you right in the face here at Huntington Bank Field in Brook Park, Ohio, Daryl.
The stadium's not going to be the issue. The issue will be the hotel beds and the quality of luxury hotel beds. The NFL has very specific requirements there. Now, I'll say this. It's interesting the people that were losing their mind about the Browns moving over to Brook Park there across from the airport, which is 15 minutes from downtown. Santa Clara, about 90 minutes. It took 90 minutes to go from San Francisco to Santa Clara and into these Super Bowl events, right? So if you were to draw, I'll tighten it up. If you were to draw a 60-minute radius from downtown Cleveland or Brook Park, you're talking Canton, Akron, Sandusky. You're doing what they did during the Republican National Convention in 2016, where you're busting in people from those locations. So, yeah, I do think that this region should be able to be considered looking it through that lens. If you're just looking it through the lens of just Cleveland proper, Cuyahoga County, no, there isn't, I don't think, enough here from that standpoint. But if you expand it a little bit, then yeah, you should be able to meet those requirements. So it'll be interesting to see what the Greater Cleveland Sports Commission and the Haslam Sports Group ultimately decide to do when it comes to placing a bid for a Super Bowl. I know they're going to be aggressive in the college football playoff game. They're going to be aggressive in the Final Four game, other sporting events, other major concerts and whatnot. And they are essentially going to have about a 3 to 5 year window when that building opens to really schedule these big events, because so many of these enclosed stadiums are going to be popping up across the country, including Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, Kansas City, Kansas, et cetera. So they're going to have to really take advantage of the novelty of the Brook Park Stadium when it does open.
When the Browns play in the Super Bowl, who introduces the Browns?
Well, it can't be Drew Carey. That happened for the opener in 1999. So, man, I would probably say, this is going to sound a little crazy, I'd probably say maybe like Steve Harvey. He, grew up on the east side of Cleveland. Obviously, he's hosted just about every big event. He's got the Family Feud and all that kind of stuff. I think Steve Harvey would be a big enough personality to do that.
That's what I said.
Lima, really?
I don't think Lima has any interest in it. He doesn't care.
Oh, okay.
I didn't even know this was a thing. Maybe it's because
you didn't see it yesterday.
When I tuned it on.
I didn't know if it was the thing either. I don't know if it was a thing last year or a thing next year.
Where The Rock just stood in the middle of the field while they were trying to take off.
Welcome to the Super Bowl. Yeah, that's right.
Here's the most important question, though, to ask. It's not who introduces the Browns, right? So they had someone raise the 12s flag. They had someone ring the bell for the Patriots. Who smashes the guitar for the Browns at the Super Bowl?
Ooh, that's a hell of a thing.
MGK.
Really?
Oh, come on.
Well, that's who I think brings him out.
Again, in a Super Bowl commercial yesterday, people that clown on MGK, he's
I'm
been
not
in
clowning
movies.
on him.
No, not you, Daryl, but every time we bring up MGK, there are people that don't want to associate with him as a Clevelander, and I'm like, man, he definitely wears Cleveland on his vest constantly.
Yeah.
Always talks Cleveland.
I think I know why. I don't think it's a nasty reason or anything. Daryl, I'll explain it to him later. Daryl, thank you. Thank you very much for your time and your candor. We'll talk to you on Friday.
You bet, guys. Have a good one.
The Dangerous One, Daryl Ruiter, brought to you by
Shivan Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
I know why we moan and groan. I'll tell you that. And also, don't call it a cult. Whatever you do, don't call it a cult. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima on the Fan.
It's Anthony Lima for
27 Canton Road, near the intersection of Route 224, Wayside in Akron, keeping it local since 1937.
92.3 The Fan has the most local sports talk in town, and you can be a part of it anytime you want. Weigh in on X at 92.3 The Fan and see our hosts make your reaction a part of our shows. Powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
So I know why there's a lot of people from Cleveland who kind of roll their eyes about the MGK thing you said.
Yeah.
Like, who would be introducing the Browns? It just I don't it's weird.
Well, especially with a couple different positions too. It's not just bringing them out, but they're going to smash the guitar. That's going to be the thing.
Yes, I think music is a very personal thing to a lot of people, and there's people who just hate certain types of music, and they're not going to listen to it. And he is a rapper, and there's people who just hate. And then there's people who, I don't know, they're young and they don't like that he lived in Shaker. But that's what he's known for.
Star.
That's what he's known for. Okay, they don't like pop music either.
My kids don't know anything about his rapping. Oh, they know all about his pop stardom.
Well, my kids don't know anything about him at all. All we listen to is the Osborne Brothers. Thank you very much.
Oh, I thought you just listened to the Kid Rock concert.
No, we did not. I checked it out because I couldn't get away from it on Facebook, so I decided I might as well take a look-see. Anyway, and I just think that it's a personal thing. But like Steve Harvey, I'm like, Steve Harvey's offensive to nobody. And so it's like, well, put Steve Harvey out there and do it. It's the same. The people who are saying Drew Carey, I'd agree with you if Drew Carey liked the Browns. Drew Carey has made it abundantly clear he wants nothing to do with the Cleveland Browns. So it's like, yeah, he wouldn't be out there. It would make sense. Isn't the show he works for, isn't it owned by CBS? If the game was on CBS, it'd be Fish in a Barrel.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Steve Harvey's on basically every network, so it doesn't matter. You can put the thing on Home Shopping Network, and I'm sure that Steve Harvey would be on it.
Atlanta too, right?
Yeah.
They go on the road a lot.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. But that's the only thing I'm thinking of. Like, for whatever reason, we've done this before. Machine Gun Kelly is a polarizing figure in these parts. And I don't know if it's because they had to share him with other parts of the country. I don't know. I know we don't like to share our major celebrities. I know that. It is weird. That's the best example. That's the best
but it's just
thing
funny,
I can tell you.
Like when an artist comes out of Atlanta, you never hear anybody in Atlanta go, I don't know if that one counts. Like, no, they celebrate it. Why isn't MGK just universally celebrated?
I don't know. I wish I could tell you. I think there's a lot of people who have their own. And plus, pop culture can be a very divisive thing. The Paul brothers are from here.
Yeah.
And people are very divided on the Paul brothers. They're part of pop culture.
One of them was going after Bad Bunny. Is it Logan?
I didn't know that. I don't know. It could be Logan. It could be Jake. Who am I to know? The other thing is, you want to play you want to play a clip here of Shador addressing the cult conversation.
I love that he got asked this question. I don't know who that was that was asking the question. He seemed like he was like 20. That he was, or maybe even younger. I don't know if it's a streamer. This is where we'll sound really old, so I'm sure this guy is, worldly renowned and, zillions of followers.
8 billion followers,
right.
Yeah.
But I heard this, and I'm like, we got to bring this to the show because I've used the term. He made me feel bad. Like, I heard this, and I'm like, you know what? That would annoy me if I were in Shador's place. So listen to the question and how he answers it.
The Sanders family has one of the most loyal cult audiences I've ever seen in my life.
What does a cult mean?
They're just diehard fans, bro. Like when
I want to know what is a real definition of a cult.
Person or thing that is popular or fashionable among a particular group or section of society.
So everybody has cults.
It's a relatively small group.
So that's the fan.
Yeah, but you guys have a big group.
I know, but I just don't like the word cult because whenever you use the word cult in that context, it's viewed differently than actually what it is. Then that means pretty much a lot of people have cults.
Oh, so you're saying it's not that unique?
I don't like the word cult.
Okay. I'll say okay, so then I'll replace it with loyal.
No, but I'm saying a lot of people say cult, and it's like, what does cult mean? But if you say it's a small group of people that believe in something, then that means if you have fans, you have cult.
Yeah, no, you just have a loyal fan base. I'll say that.
I think he's reasonable to not like it because I think there's a certain connotation when you call a fan base a cult.
It's always negative.
It's always a negative thing because you're implying that these people don't believe reality is what you're saying. That's the whole issue with it being called a cult and why he would have a problem with being called a cult.
So you know what? I'm not going to use that term anymore. Remember when I stopped using...
I don't believe you.
Remember when I stopped using Baker Bro?
I don't believe you.
Because it's unfair. It's unfair to Shador.
You're not lying to the listeners. You're just lying to yourself. I guarantee I could line up Shador fans who are watching on YouTube right now on the phones, and I bet they would bait you into calling it a cult by the end of the show. By the end of the show, I think that they could talk you into doing it. Fine, I'll get right to it. Jovan in San Antonio, Texas.
Perfect time.
He's listening on the Free Odyssey app, watching on YouTube.
Perfect timing.
Jovan, if you're there, go right on ahead.
Perfect timing. Gentlemen, slow golf clap. You finally came to the realization that all us Sanders fans have been trying to tell y'all. Y'all don't have enough around the team.
Wait a minute. You're saying I finally came around to it?
You and everybody else.
Oh, that's Bolsheviks. I don't believe that for a second. I've been saying they don't have a lot. Where you been?
Sir, that's what you said on your show. I'm just taking your word.
Okay. I don't believe that.
Not the coach. I'm saying the realization that y'all don't have. That's what you said earlier on this morning.
Yeah, but I've been saying that. I've been saying that for months.
Yeah, you started out the show saying how far away you thought they were on offense.
But where are all these great players that we had before the Super Bowl? I don't understand it. Now all of a sudden the Emperor, I can see the Emperor doesn't have clothes. We don't have it. Yeah, that's why. So what's the whole point with the Shador thing?
So no matter what, and this for Mr. Lima, no matter even if you wanted to draft a quarterback, you don't have enough for that quarterback. Drake May, I didn't see anybody talk about him running backwards or throwing 2 interceptions or looking terrible, throwing 43 times last night.
Oh, I think he's.
That's definitely been discussed.
Jovan, he has been
looking terrible.
His whole playoff run
this morning.
His whole playoff run has been under the microscope. He's been dreadful.
Yeah.
Regular season, he was second in MVP voting.
Yeah.
I like how Emmitt Smith explained it. A lot of quarterbacks was given stuff, but we want to put Shador Sanders through the fire. Now that's fine. Make them earn it. That's fine. But at the same time, you need to go get a wide receiver, some O-linemen. If best athlete at number 6, whatever, either O-lineman or a wide receiver.
Well, so what are we disagreeing on, Jovan? Nothing?
I mean, I'm not. Listen, I called to congratulate you.
Oh, thank you. Well, thank you. I enjoy being. I enjoy. You're not my second favorite person from San Antonio, Texas, other than Shawn Michaels. Jovan, thank you very much for the call. 216-474-0092. Raw's in town tonight too.
They are. Yes.
It all comes together.
He does NXT.
It all comes together. But I hate to be this way. I'm sorry. I just don't believe that you will not. There's no way you're never going to use that word again. There's no way.
No. I swear to you, I will never use it again.
I believe you don't want to do it. I believe it's just not going to happen.
Do I need to come up with a new term?
No. I've used the term Shadorians before.
I've used the term delusional.
Every fan base has a delusional, or every person has someone delusional.
For sure. I thought we had a very normal conversation just now with Jovan. He said he has to earn it. Okay, we agree.
Yeah,
we agree. He has to earn it.
The Shador sect.
That's too much.
It's alliteration.
I don't like it. I just don't believe you won't call him a cult.
I stopped using Baker Bro, and I kept my word on that.
No, you didn't. You ended up using it later on.
How do the Baker Bros feel about Sam Darnold winning the Super Bowl? How do you feel right now? I want to hear from the Baker fans.
He will call you a cult again.
I want to hear from you weirdos in the Baker world.
There you go.
The Baker Bros that now Sam Darnold unequivocally the better quarterback.
You can't say that you're just a Shador hater. You are an equal opportunity hater.
I want to know
at all times.
How silly the Baker people feel
looking into the
this
camera.
morning when they had to watch a guy from that draft class clearly outshine while Baker's going low. Sam Darnold's taking off. There he is, Sam Darnold, Super Bowl. Baker way down there making excuses again. Baker!
Now, what quarterback do you like out of that class?
Josh Rosen. I don't think he was given a shot. I mean, he's done. He had like 1 year.
Hey, I got to tell you. I know that was he at the Wharton School of Business? Did he just graduate? I thought he graduated.
I think he's at Wharton, yeah.
There's no way he wasn't watching that game last night going, was I as bad as...
Yeah, can I get my second chance?
As we all thought I was.
Well, he actually did get his... I don't know how many
because I just told people got upset. I'm like, guys,
in your town, I've seen more Wharton School of Business flags than I've seen UCLA flags.
Good point.
So.
Maybe he'll be
That's
there.
True.
Maybe he'll be living in your town at some point. Coming up, if Myles Garrett won't say it, what's the problem if I won't say it? Ken Carman, Anthony Lima. If you're on your way to work, turn us on at work on YouTube Live for absolutely free. 92.3 The Fan.
This is
92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Ain't a chance in hell. The listeners know it. I know it. The American people know it. Your own family knows it. There ain't a chance in hell you ain't going to use that word anymore. You will call them a cult again by the end of the week. I know you.
Nope.
Yes, I do. I know you, and yes, you will.
It was unfair to Shedeur. And you know what? It was unfair to the fans. I feel bad.
Okay, I'm sure you think that. I think you intend on not using the word. I think you're going to use the word. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if you use the word by the end of the day. You just said you didn't say Baker Bro anymore, and then you started to
that was different.
Cat call the Baker Bros.
No, that was different.
What do you mean? What was different?
It was well, we had the Super Bowl last night. There's a lot of stuff going on. Sam Darnold won it.
Okay,
so that changed everything.
So so the guy taken behind him won the Super Bowl. So now you can do that. Okay. Which it's not a slight. When I say he's the fourth best quarterback out of that class, it's not really a terrible slight. Baker.
Baker's had
it's not a slight,
really good career.
Really, when you break it down. He's had a fine career.
He's had a really good career. I found it interesting. Like Sam Darnold, I hadn't really thought much about in any conversations about the best quarterbacks in the league.
Yeah.
You know, obviously, Sam Darnold's name was never coming up. But last year, he was having this incredible season with the Vikings. And then what happened in the playoffs? It was down his leg. I mean, it was really, really bad. Mm-hmm. And so, again, we put Sam Darnold back in the same spot he was. Then he comes back and has this year where it's like, oh, is Sam Darnold a top 10 quarterback? Is he really that good? And I was asking, we were just talking off the air with Owen. Like, I don't know. Is he going to take off from here? Is Sam Darnold going to be on a good team for the next 4 years?
What were they saying about Jalen Hurts this last year? I think there's very few guys that you can put in that category of they're good from here on out. Like I know Josh Allen caught a lot of hell for losing earlier in this postseason. Josh Allen's in that category. Lamar to me is in that category. No matter I understand that he seems to go through coordinators. No, I've been through two. He's in that category. Patrick Mahomes is in that category. I think that Burrow's in that category, even though just injured so often. Yeah. Because if he were healthy, yes, he'd absolutely be in the category. But he's so hurt so often, I can't really put him in there. Matthew Stafford's in there, and there might be a couple other ones. Sam Darnold did a tremendous job in this season, and he did a fine job taking care of business last night. I don't find him yet in that spot. It's not like, okay, we go quarterback v. quarterback. When in doubt, hey, all right, let's take whoever has the better quarterback to win the football game. I still don't know how many times Sam Darnold's going to win that.
Right, he
out
needed
of the QBs,
but obviously the best thing he had going yesterday was they had the lead, and Sam Darnold, if he would have had to play from behind in that game, if the roles were reversed, it might have been different. But to his credit, I thought he settled down in a big way in that game.
It was 12-0 going into the fourth, though. It's not like they were up 24-3 or something.
Exactly.
12-0's a game that can be changed in an instant.
They ran the ball exceedingly well. They didn't cause a lot of mistakes for themselves. They eliminated turnovers. They let their defense go out there and do the work. This is a championship last night. This is for the defense wins championship crowds. That adds more validity to it. Because for a long time, I think when this station started, it was like, yeah, that's something that people like to say, but it's not true. You need yourself a quarterback. More and more now, if we're seeing all these things that are going on from college football to the pros, where you need to assemble a more complete team, I think that starts to go without saying that you need to have some completion there with your football team. Usually it's done with defense, and then you start from your way out from there. And Seattle, defensively, they've been better. They've been better as time has gone on, and I still stand by it. This is another check for the folks who don't want to tank and aren't one of the tankers out there. I don't think Seattle has ever tanked. Yeah, they had a lean year or two, but they didn't go out there and lose and set their team up for losing. John Schneider didn't do that. He looked at it as an opportunity to rebuild, reload, and that's what they did. Now, I could imagine Sam Darnold could still, as well as he did last night, he could still turn into a pumpkin here in the next year or two. I don't think anybody would really be surprised by that. You win a Super Bowl, and that lasts forever. But in the court of public opinion, I can't just turn around and go, well, he's a top 5 quarterback now.
No.
I can't. I ain't going to do it.
No, but
I think there was a time where we were willing to do it because we were such a quarterback-heavy league. I don't think you can just throw that stuff around anymore. You can't just do that.
It's just this is such an interesting career that's developing right now because the guy just went 14-3 and then followed it up with another 14-3 and then 3 playoff wins. That's an insane 2 years.
Yeah.
You can't be a bad quarterback and have those 2 years. Like Mitch Trubisky.
It was a good year.
Mitch Trubisky had a good record his first year, but to do it again, to like back it up.
And I think this goes where I can't really say. I think that Kevin O'Connell is a good head coach. I think that they're a good coaching staff up in Minnesota. Now maybe some of their fans would disagree, but I think you got a head coach who's very good with working with quarterbacks. They just made the wrong decision. They wanted a franchise guy. They decided to force the issue with a franchise guy. And there's so many people who over the last weekend wanted to go, well, Ken, what about Tyler Shough? You were saying this. Would you have said that about Tyler Shough? Well, no. Now I have the benefit of new information, and that Tyler Shough finished up the season pretty strong. And you could say the same thing about Jackson Dart. But those guys are going to be reasons why people want to go ahead and make that leap in the back end of the first round or midway through the first round. And I still look at a guy like J.J. McCarthy and go, man, you could just see something that just isn't there, and you're so hard up for a quarterback because you don't believe it, or maybe you don't see what's right in front of you, that you're so hard up you're going to make some sort of a foolhardy decision, and then you have to invest in that guy. See, that's the entire reason I'm saying, nah, I'm good on Ty Simpson. And if I end up being wrong about that, you go right on ahead. I wish you'd fight me over it because I think it would make for something a lot more fun to do, but you just agree with me on it, which is fine. You're allowed to. We have a long time. Maybe you'll disagree with me by the time the combine starts and all the other pro days happen and things like that. But I look at a guy like J.J. McCarthy, and I say, gosh, I think there's more examples of those guys than the other ones being able to get figured out. And if we're talking about support systems, Kevin O'Connell's a good head coach. Kevin O'Connell's a good quarterback coach. I would imagine that their support system is, I think, easily as good or certainly would be better than what you would consider the Browns situation to be. So you want to invite all that in? No. And I go back to the caller that we had from San Antonio. I'm in the situation here where I know that you have to make an investment in the position, whether it be money, whether it be picks, whether it be having a bad season and drafting a guy high. You can't just get lily pad to lily pad. You're eventually going to get burned. I got all that. But I'm not ready to make the investment in the second best quarterback in this draft or the third best quarterback in this draft. Like when we get Zach on the show and he's talking about second round and things like that, I go, no. Because then I'm just in more for an investment that I really don't want to make. Mac Jones looked really good in San Francisco. You would still make me nervous because I know that I'd have to trade for him, giving up assets, and there would be a push to sign him and make him yours long term, which is another huge investment. Now you could end up capping him or tagging him and see whichever way you want to go. Wouldn't be the way anybody really wants to do it, but you could do it that way. So that's why, as of right now, unless they make a big, strong move that I don't see coming, it's like, I got no problem with Shedeur going in as the leader in a quarterback competition. And Myles Garrett said the same thing with Micah Parsons over the weekend. Here's Myles Garrett with Micah Parsons.
Do y'all have the guy? Is Shedeur the guy?
That's what we're looking at as a guy. We're going to give him a shot to prove that he's a guy. So we're not going to give anyone that title until they go out there and earn it. And he was the last person to be on the field, and he showed some flashes. So we're going to give him an opportunity to show what we can really do.
100% fair comment. And he makes that comment, and I understand, guys, there's a clear difference. But I need a guy like Myles Garrett to make that comment, because when I say it, well, Ken, you just want people who are bots on the internet to like you, and you just want to put up your wrist and get a bunch of viral things going on, and you're just an idiot who wants to lie to people about what they really see on the football field. No, I'm trying to be pragmatic about it. Now, he says it, that comes with a different set of circumstances because he actually plays for him when Myles says it. But Myles is here long term just like the rest of us. And it's not about thinking that Shedeur can do things that aren't human or can be the guy. I don't know about that. And I would lean towards no. But I got a situation where I really don't want to go and make crazy moves for any one of these guys that I don't believe in. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start the season with Shedeur.
Well, I've obviously talked
Audio
that
courtesy
I think,
of Micah Parsons' podcast, by the way. Go ahead.
I've obviously talked that I think
report.
there should be a competition. There's going to be obviously a big question on how do you come up with a competition? How does that look? Is it a real competition? Because whatever last year was not. It was like two dueling competitions.
Mm-hmm.
One for starter, one for backup. There was not a 4-person competition, and really what team could ever seriously engage in a 4-player quarterback competition. So I'm just very curious how Todd Monken would even go about doing this, because, you know, if you've been a Browns fan since 99, we've had competitions before in training camp. Very rarely is it truly an open competition.
And I would want something that gives them the best chance to get real, tangible work out of all these guys. Because I still found myself more excited about Shedeur Sanders than I did the other quarterbacks. And Joe Flacco was a fine enough quarterback. Joe Flacco's 41 years old. I was more excited about Shedeur Sanders, if we're going to get excited, for him than the other two quarterbacks. But we started the season last year with him throwing the ball boys. We can't have that this year. So if 4's too many, which I think it is, then let's just stick with 3. And if you can't unload Dylan Gabriel, fine. But I don't need any guys throwing the ball boys, including Dylan Gabriel, and certainly not Shedeur Sanders, because I think that right now we're going into the season with him as the starter. 216-474-0092. Going to get to some of you guys there. I mean, if Miles won't say it, what's the problem if I won't say it? And am I being a little bit too negative after a big Super Bowl? Ken Carman, Anthony Lima on the Fan. Peter and Company Jewelers in Avon, like they have.
segments from all our shows. You can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Coming up at 9:40, I think I'm going to come off like a giant hypocrite for what I've chided Lima for in the past.
Wow.
I'm going to have to talk my way out of this one.
First time for everything.
See, that's a fair show.
I'm going to come off like a giant hypocrite.
Want. Say what you want. Just like earlier, I said this show will not use the term cult anymore out of deference to Shador, who did not like that. We will fess up. You ripped me for the Josh Rosen thing. Totally fair game. This is a fair show.
Yeah. 216-474-0092. Is it Shador week 1? Is that what we're saying? Is he QB1 going in as we start this brand new year of Cleveland Browns football after the Super Bowl last night? A game that I'm champing at the bit to go talk about again because I'm going to come off like a giant hypocrite and I kind of want to get it off my chest. You know what? Can we just do it now? Can I just do it now?
Yeah, go.
I said it was going to be 9:40. I don't know what you're going to be doing at 9:40. Let me give it to you now. You asked. I'm going to get to these calls here in a bit, but let's go right down to it. What did you say during the break? During the one break?
Was that an entertaining football game yesterday?
And what did I say?
You said no.
I said I was bored.
Yeah.
And I came off like a giant hypocrite. It was clean. It was a clean sheet of football, at least in the first half.
Yeah.
Now, I know that there were turnovers that were involved here. One defense took it to another offense. And it was to a football guy. It was a cleaner brand of football. It was a good football game. However, now this is where I get hypocritical here. It is the Super Bowl. And the Super Bowl is supposed to be a showing of what's best. And defense can be the best. I understand that. But we really want to see stars be stars. And I don't want a 60 to 59 shootout, but I want stars to have a chance to be stars. And I want a chance to make new stars. Drake May was not made a star last night. Not a chance. And Sam Darnold, I just don't think he's going to be that type of a quarterback in his future to be a star. And what I also worry about is that a game that's such a defensive struggle. This is the other thing I'll say. A game that ends up being such a defensive struggle where we are talking about who's the next great quarterback, where are the great quarterbacks, what's happened. All these guys, now Sam Darnold's coming back, who makes you not want to give up on it. I don't want the league to overreact about rules and things like that because I think they've been that way in the past to open things up for offense. And I think that we're going through a little bit of a rough patch here, granted with the quarterbacks, a little bit of a rough patch, but I think as time goes by, things will settle down and we'll probably get back to normal.
Well, so
some guys will rise to the top, and they'll be the elite QBs that we've been thirsting for.
So one of the themes I think of the show this year, because I think I brought this up a bunch, especially during the playoffs, that defenses have had the advantage. The front fours, the defensive lines, they have been unblockable. But hey, by the way, Browns, even though we weren't in the playoffs, we were one of those teams too that other teams could not block, especially when Malik Collins was playing, could not block our defensive line. And so I am curious to see if the NFL never seems to suffer. Like when the NBA has rough patches, and right now they're talking about all the teams tanking and the style of play over the last few years, too many threes being taken. People are like, this is a bad product. Okay? There have been times when baseball, especially before the pitch clock, where people were like, everything's a strikeout or a home run. That might be more entertaining to the people that like the long ball, but there was a debate about it. Football is the one sport where it doesn't seem like the fans ever call it out for being bad. It's always just a different shade of gray. Like, oh no, this was a defensive struggle. That's good football. That was an offensive explosion. Yeah. That's good football.
Yeah.
Like nobody ever likes to say the product is bad in the NFL, and clearly the ratings are never impacted by the style of play. You could put backups in the Super Bowl. How many people are watching the Super Bowl? If they would have announced before the game that they're replacement players across the board, How many people wouldn't watch? Like, it's still...
They'd still watch.
They'd still watch, I
They'd
feel
still
like.
watch, yes.
It's the only sport that can get away with that.
Because it's easily the most popular thing, and I think people like to be with the popular crew. And baseball has its own set of fans. Baseball has their problems. The NBA has fans. The NBA has problems. NASCAR, I'm a NASCAR guy. NASCAR has fans, and they certainly have their problems. The NFL, I'm sure I've been accused and guilty of it too. You are right. Like, people call their team or another team bad. Their own team or a team, like we're playing the Jets. Well, the Jets are terrible. You'll say that, and they play terrible football, but you won't call the overall product bad.
Yes.
That's right. But I don't want to have to be forced to make excuses for what is not good football. And I feel like I'd have to do that in the first month of the season. These were two defensive teams. Or two teams that were going after each other on defense.
The defenses
trying
were
to make something
really
work.
good. Both defenses.
Offenses, one team was able to find a running game, the other one wasn't. You thought we'd see a lot more Trevion Henderson, considering we hadn't seen a lot of him. Yeah, there's a lot of things there, man, but I don't want anybody to overreact. I think that we really need to wait and see years, not decades or anything, but we need to see years before we start to make changes. Because I still think that it's easy to not make changes and not freak out when you're still number one. I mean, as bad as the weekend was for the NFL, I saw your tweet. Well, they fell, in the words of Al Michaels, they fell from 1 to 1.
Yeah, I said that it was a rough week for the NFL. The Super Bowl just didn't seem to have the buzz. The tickets plummeted by 50%. You can get in, by the way, under $3,000. It was $7,000, to start the week. The Pro Bowl was a total disaster. They're trying to start something new, and you didn't have any of the best play. I mean, for the most part.
What were the ratings for the Pro Bowl games? Were they good or bad?
All-time bad.
Really,
yeah,
all-time bad?
It was all-time bad.
Really?
Yeah.
Even with Shador?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it was a flag football game that nobody took seriously.
On a Tuesday.
On a Tuesday, right? I mean,
what do you do?
There is nothing. There's nothing you can do.
No, you got to be able to sell something.
2026 Pro Bowl games hit a record low average of 1.9 million to 2 million.
Okay,
that's regular season NBA.
That's a drop from 4.7 million
from last year.
Yeah,
it's over. Yeah, this is done.
Yeah, 1.9 is still better than a lot of other things you're going to get.
It's better than anything on television, yes.
Yep.
I mean,
Pro Bowl ratings, NFL flags football games draws horrendous 2 million viewers. Pro Bowl games draws disastrous viewership.
Gosh, that's even with the inflated numbers.
Pro Bowl ratings hit record low. Will the All-Star game survive?
This isn't fun. Jim in Strongsville, yellow.
Hey guys, yeah, Ken, you just kind of hit it right out of the park there. I wouldn't make any assumptions based on anything that happened in yesterday's game. I would look at this entire season as almost like a one-off. Like, everybody wants to give tons of credit, and I'll give credit to the Seattle defense. It was very good. Drake maybe in the New England offense was also very, very bad. And to the point that it was boring, yeah, there was a period in time there when there were like 9 3-and-outs in a row by New England. That's not what anybody wants to see. I don't think going forward you're going to see this situation where you get, look, Mahomes is coming back. Lamar Jackson's coming back. I think this was more of a one-off. It still is all about quarterback. When you look down this year, it was a weird year. I don't necessarily know that Denver was – I don't think New England nor Denver, yes, they were in the Super Bowl, but they were probably two of the worst Super Bowl participants in years. And part of the truth with New England is that brings them back down to earth and nobody seems to want it. Well, people brought it up, but New England played a historically weak schedule this year. It is a top 10 NFL historically weak schedule.
It is not good. It's not a good schedule. Can I give a counterpoint, though? As a fan, if I was a fan of one of those teams, like somebody sent that, first thing I sent this morning, whether it be social media, email, whatever it is, somebody sent me an email overnight, last night, Jim. It wasn't you. Somebody sent me an email last night about how overrated the Patriots were into that game, how easy their road is. And I'm thinking, boy, if we're saying that about the AFC, I can't imagine what they're going to say out of the Eastern Conference Finals. So if whoever's coming out of there, I wouldn't apologize for a damn thing. If you're a Patriots fan, it's like, all right, we have to figure out a way to get over the hump next year, the year after that, and the year after that. But I wouldn't apologize for having to go to the Super Bowl, even out of a bad year.
I wouldn't apologize for it. I wouldn't expect them to apologize for it. But as an outsider looking in, trying to build my team into a Super Bowl contender, I'm going to look at it and say, well, that's certainly probably not the way that I want to do it. It's kind of just have fate step in there and fate myself to it.
And I also think, and you bring up a hell of a point here, Jim, and thank you very much for the call. Let me get a little bit deeper with it, is that we look at, if you want to bring in analytics to it, if you want to bring in not just gut feelings, but everything else, you need some evidence. And right now, we're not finding a lot of evidence because I still need more time with data that's driven to show me who good football players are going to be, because it's exactly what we brought up. You brought this up earlier in the show for a split second about the transfer portal and about guys going back to college for another year. And because they're going back to college for another year, if you have a guy who was like, well, he was going to be a fourth-round guy, so he ended up going back to college another year. Well, somebody else is going to get drafted in the fourth round, and that guy isn't as good as the guy who went back to school for another year or went to the portal instead of the NFL. So it's harder to build a good football team. I think it's as hard to build a good football team as it's probably ever been right now. With you don't know what you're getting out of it. This is 2 drafts in a row. Think about this, guys. This is going to be 2 drafts in a row. We've been kind of like, meh. Quarterback class hasn't been that great. And guys end up being good out of draft classes, I understand. So I don't know if I want to put it right with the 2013 draft class or anything.
From last year's class, who would you even bet on right now is going to have a really good career 5 years from now? Jackson Dart will even make it that far. Cam Ward is
none of them are out of the woods.
Is a who knows.
None of them are out of the woods.
He finished up the season decent, but it's a big who knows when it comes to him.
Yes, and it's not. I don't even think it's with. I think it's with a lot of positions. I think it's with a lot of different guys. Offensive linemen, like guys, I know we're just like, well, we're going to draft a guy number 6 overall, and our problems are going to be fixed. No, you're going to have to be very patient with that guy. The 2 guys that we keep talking about, I'm going to say this to death. You think I can pound a drum for a lot of things? I'll be saying this to death if they take either one of these guys. Fano out of Utah, or if they take C.C. Malinois out of Miami. If it looks like they're going to take an offensive lineman, no matter what, number 6, that's who it is, and we move on with the rest of the draft, and our draft starts at number 24. Fine. But you know it, and I know it, and if you don't, you should, is that there's conversations about, well, should Malinois be moved to the right guard? Yeah, does Fano, is he just a right tackle kid? If we're talking about these guys moving different places, that means we got to be very patient with them because they're going to give up some things. And by the way, who are they going to be protecting? So if they're protecting you-know-who, they're going to be under a lot of hell coming into this season. It is not like it was. Joel Bitonio was second round. He was plug and play. And guys who are plug and play end up being really great players. I understand that. But, man, there's a lot of guys that you've taken as offensive linemen who are the most important positions, and it's still hard to figure out which one of those guys are really going to hit. Wide receiver, I mean, we have been a mess at that position. And it's like, well, does he run a good route tree? Does he know how to read a defense out there split? What's he like? There's more questions than we've ever had. And we're going into a year where Andrew Berry has more pressure on him than he's ever had. And that's saying something considering he's dealt with a hell of a lot of pressure over these last 6 years. Brett in Olmsted Falls, yellow. Hold on. Let me put him back. I think he's gone. Jim in Concord, hello.
Hey.
Jim.
Might be a stupid idea. Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead.
You might think it's a dumb idea, but I've been around football, loving it for a long time. I've been thinking maybe they got to put a limit on blitzing. Like you're only allowed to blitz so many times a half, keep track of it. And then because the defense, Belichick started this with Lawrence Taylor. The defense blitzes linebackers, and that makes guys like Taylor and Garrett, and it's hard to stop them because it's chaos in there. So to make the offense better, they just might have to slow down the blitzes a little bit.
That's almost the same thing as when people were saying make it illegal to play cover 2 anymore. Now, I'm not going to be mean-spirited about it.
Some of like Matt Stafford loves being blitzed. I mean, he can't move. He loves it. Why does he love it? Because he's going to pick you apart.
Yeah, you can throw in.
You're taking guys out of spaces that I can now surgically, like the better quarterbacks don't mind being blitzed at all.
That's on your coordinator to change up what we're doing. Offensively.
I'm guessing Drake May's going to be better equipped for those blitzes when he's in year 6.
I'm hoping
as opposed to year 2.
I'm hoping Shador, the more and more he sees, is going to be better at that. Yeah. I will say that you want to talk, entertaining. I'm seeing a lot of people that agree with me that the game was rough. Obviously, it's because you felt like they didn't have a chance to win, that game 12-0 felt like over. I'll tell you what was entertaining to me, watching Witherspoon come from where he came from to time up those blitzes, that is hard. Those were not like, I always laugh when somebody blitzes and the offense doesn't account for them and then they celebrate after a sack. It's like, yeah, well, no one blocked you. What he was doing was sensational. he was weaving in and out and still getting there fairly fast. And obviously, they had a lot of confidence in their secondary to be able to still blanket receivers. That was pretty awesome to see those blitzes coming from where they came from.
216-474-0092. Was it good or bad yesterday? I have a reason why I think it's still good, but it's not. It's going to go over everybody's head. It's coming up in 5 minutes on The Fan. Window Nation. Well, let me be just.
in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Catch the latest Browns news all off-season long. Stream us on the Odyssey app and on your smart speaker by telling Alexa to play 92.3 The Fan.
If you missed a moment in the show, you can always use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Getting called a curmudgeon. What do you think of that, Tone?
On what?
On saying that we're further away than I thought.
I was actually pretty positive during that segment.
Yeah, I'm being negative.
Yeah, part of my rationale was, you can rebuild something pretty quick in the NFL in 2 drafts.
You can.
And they've already had one pretty good draft. So they're halfway there.
But you are in such a dearth of you have such a dearth of offensive talent. And that means you have to hit on so many picks to put yourself right in the position with your defense. Your defense is one of the best in the league. Well, easily one of the best in the league. I got pre here. Ken doesn't know ball. Because I was talking about the team and how I said I felt we are further away than we've been in a long time. Says doesn't know ball. First, Walker would have ran all over the Browns defense, and we don't know what the offense was capable of because Stefanski sucked. Look at Flacco in Cleveland versus Cincinnati. He put his faith in Dylan Gabriel. Don't blame Andrew Berry for Kevin's offensive incompetence. So our defense isn't as good as I thought they were, and I gave Andrew Berry credit for it, and we just don't know where the offense is going to be, so we're going to win a lot more games? Okay. I'm making sure. Guy, I'm trying to make sure that I am open and honest with myself this year. Honesty is the best policy. I hope they do well. I really, really, really hope they do well. But I need reasons. I need tangible evidence of why they'll do so sensationally well this year. Based on just because you saw 2 teams go out to a defensive struggle in the Super Bowl, like we are still a little bit of a ways behind here. And if remember, I need probably 4/5 of my offensive line. I know that you said that somebody was out of a resort and spoke to a guy that we won't name who was contemplating retirement this year, and he's maybe 50-50 now. Okay, that's still, I need 3/5 of my defensive line. They'll attack the other thirds the other fifths of my defensive line. So if we find the 3/5 of that defensive line to go out and attack, they're going to attack, and then I'm going to be under duress if I'm Shedeur Sanders. Like, this still isn't a finished product whatsoever, and it's not very close to it. And watching it, it makes me, because before it was just so easy. You say, well, you go out, you get yourself a quarterback, and then you take off, and that's it. And they can cut, because the real great quarterbacks, the franchise guys, they cover for a lot of things. I mean, look at, like, most organizations, when we sit here and we say, oh, the Browns are so dysfunctional, the Browns are so inept. And I look at a lot of them, I go, a lot of organizations are like the Browns. If you think that they're dysfunctional, if you think that they get in their own way, I got to tell you, you follow the entire league, just how many of these teams operate the same exact way. The vast majority of them. And sometimes they get themselves a hell of a run, and they're able to find themselves good players, and they're able to find themselves a good run. Usually the only difference is that team wins 11 games. Terry Pagula, what did people think of him at the beginning of the season? And the Buffalo Bills, what did they think during the press conference after they fired Sean McDermott? A guy that a lot of people wanted to fire before the season started. So there's very little difference. If you can find yourself a quarterback, do it. But I think it's harder to find Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow. Fernando Mendoza, number 1 with a bullet. The draft starts at number 2. If I said, how many people do you think or do you not think that Fernando Mendoza is going to be a franchise quarterback? What do you think the percentage is of people that think that he's going to be a franchise quarterback?
Split.
It's going to be very split. Joe Burrow was much higher. Other guys were much higher.
Well, we've just seen Jalen Hurts and Sam Darnold go back-to-back in the Super Bowl.
Uh-huh.
When we had grown accustomed to assuming you had to be a guy that like a Patrick Mahomes who was in the AFC Championship game every year for like 6 straight years.
Yeah.
But you saw Joe Burrow there. being able to do things and overcome, other deficiencies that might be on the football team. You thought you had to be a certain caliber of QB, and now we've seen it back-to-back years, guys that we're not even sure where to put, whether or not these guys are even top 10, and now they're winning Super Bowls. So I do wonder if that's got people thinking that the formula isn't as rigid as it once was. Because I remember, 10 years ago, guys said if you didn't have a top 10 quarterback, if you didn't have a top 7 quarterback, give up, your season's over.
Yeah, I think that you can do better with more things, or with lesser quarterbacks. You can do well with lesser quarterbacks, but it just puts more pressure on me to go out there and find guys that can do it.
Put it this way: how many quarterbacks last night do you think could have won if they were on Seattle?
Oh gosh, what a great question! Against the Patriots?
Yeah, against Patriots.
Shedeur Sanders.
What?
Shedeur Sanders.
Okay.
Deshaun Watson.
What do you? What? Wait. Do I have to rephrase the question?
Shedeur Sanders can't turn around and hand the ball off to Kenneth Walker Jr.? You wanted me to name how many quarterbacks. I named 2 quarterbacks that Browns fans would care about. Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson. In that game, being able to turn around and complete a couple of passes, yeah.
So Ken Carman thinks 40 quarterbacks could have won the Super Bowl yesterday.
With how well Seattle executed up front and played defense,
Could Drake May have won the
Yes!
Wow. Okay.
With Seattle? Am I wrong?
I think we have our topic for tomorrow to start the show
Am I wrong? Wait a minute. So
get this video out there, Joey.
Drake May. Hold on here. Drake May, if he played for the what am I missing? What am I missing? Drake May.
I was like, did he hear my question?
Wait a minute. I just want to make sure.
Are you sure you
Hold on.
Wait. Did
Joey?
you put the game back on after watching Kid Rock?
Joey. Oh my God. I can't check in on Kid Rock.
You can.
You're telling me you didn't check in on Kid Rock?
They're calling him Hillbilly.
You're telling me you didn't check in on Kid Rock.
They're calling him Hillbilly Vanilli.
You're telling me you didn't check in on Kid Rock. You're telling me you did not even bother to check in on Kid Rock.
I saw the clips. I did see the clips.
Oh,
yeah.
So what's the difference with me checking in during the third quarter?
I just want to make sure you put the game back on and then saw Drake May.
Of course I put the game back on. Joey, don't put it up yet because
the video's got to be up.
Joey, hold on. We'll do it tomorrow. Just put it up tomorrow. Because if I just go out and get hammered for it, I'm going to act like it didn't happen tomorrow. I'm telling you right now, for the good of the show, because I don't understand it. You're telling me if Drake May played for the Seattle Seahawks, they would have lost last night?
I want to know how many quarterbacks you thought could have won the Super Bowl on Seattle.
With the same game plan? Game plan.
I just asked. There's no follow-ups. Just how many quarterbacks?
I need the stipulations. It wasn't like, well, they could have played the whole year with the Seahawks and won the Super Bowl. You're asking me for a game, right? Yep. I was answering the game. Shedeur Sanders couldn't turn around and hand the ball off to Kenneth Walker 27 times?
Man.
Really?
Man.
Shedeur can't hand the ball off?
He's not throwing any interceptions?
He might throw some interceptions. I'm not saying that
He's not taking any terrible sacks.
Guys, I know that Sam Darnold's playing a much higher level. I'm not, but you asked me. Drake May wouldn't have beaten the New England Patriots with the Seahawks?
Do you think the Patriots defense could not have impacted the game? Like I gave Darnold credit for. I thought there were times he was very slippery and moving well in the pocket.
I'm just making sure it was just the game. I'm just making sure it was the game because I didn't say Dylan Gabriel.
Well,
I did not say him.
I mean, we want some people to believe that we actually believe our opinions.
I do believe my opinion.
I'm saying,
you asked me the game.
You said Dylan Gabriel, I think then that's okay. They're just doing a bit now.
What is wrong with my answer? I don't understand the problem with my answer.
Well, we're out of time on the show.
What is wrong with my Joey? Don't put it up because if I get hammered, I won't. No, because I won't want. Then I won't. We won't do the stock. We won't do this tomorrow.
No, you'll double down.
No, I won't.
You'll have a day to think about it. You'll double down.
No, I will not. Joey, just wait till tomorrow. Good things come to those who wait.
I just checked my phone. He says he has to post it.
Well, we can sit here on the rap all the time. I like to think that I'm a little better than what I propose.
Okay.
The rap is getting better. All I know is whether I'm in a shirt.
Well, this is going to be a fun day tomorrow.
Big Cavs game tonight.
All I know is in the fourth quarter, he is the ultimate.
Does it count until they come home?
No, this counts. You're going up against Denver. Tip-off's at 9.
I understand, but does it count until they come home for Cavs fans?
No, this is a big one.
Okay. Well, they're playing Washington when they come home. So
I heard a lot of people that hadn't been texting me came out of the woodwork on Saturday night.
I told you. My father-in-law, Bob, dude, he is in on Cavs. He watches all 82 games, man. He is pretty excited for the trade. All right, we're back tomorrow. Have a wonderful day, friends. Take care.
You're not booing, but you clap.
Hey, sounds good.
Where's your entourage now?
Cool, I got on the last show.
Oh, boy.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
That is all she wrote. The Seattle Seahawks, 29-13, are champions of the world, winning Super